Gwen, whenever it's time to start, we're ready back here.
Great, thanks. I'll wait for a couple more minutes till it's 9 o'clock.
Sounds good.
And Lisa, if you want to make Jordan a co-host just in case my computer goes out,
Sure thing, no problem, Gwen.
that would be great. And it looks like I will not have that second computer today. I'm just going to stay on this one. So
Okay, sounds good, but I'll go ahead and make him a co-host right now.
thank you.
Thanks.
And I don't see myself on the screen. Do you see me? I just see administrator. That's all I see. And then the public comment screen.
Yes, yes, I can see you on the screen, and the screen that's broadcasting to the encoder. I can see your thumbnail picture, and John Contos is on, and the raising.
All right, well, we'll get started maybe when, oh, well, I don't know. More confusion.
I can see you, Gwen.
Okay, I see you now. I wonder how to. I only see one person. Wait, let me change that.
I think you can change your view probably to include more than just one person. Okay.
Got it now. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, different computer, so things are set up a little bit differently. Very good. Okay, good morning. I'm going to call Budget and Finance for the Missoula City Council Committee to order. It is Wednesday, July 20th. We are still virtual, so we are on the computer and not in person for our committee meetings. If you want to provide public comment, you can join this meeting by going to the city website and the page for meetings and agendas. Find this meeting and click on the link to join. You can always leave us a voicemail at 406-552-6012. And you can you can also send us an email. The address is council@ci.missoula.mt.us. Okay. So with that, if you could do a roll call for attendance, Lisa.
Certainly. All right. Stacy Anderson.
Present.
Mirta Becerra. Mirta's not here quite yet. Daniel Carlino.
Present.
John Contos.
Here.
Jordan Hess.
Present.
Gwen Jones.
Present.
Kristen Jordan.
Present.
Mike Nugent. Like Mike's here yet. Jennifer Savage. Absent. Amber Sherrill.
Present.
Sandra Vasica.
Present.
Heidi West. It looks like Heidi's not here quite yet. Mirta Becerra.
Present.
And let's see. Just checking the list here to see who else. Oh, and Mike Nugent.
Present.
All right. Okay, so it looks like we have 10 people present and currently 2 people absent.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll call for public comment on items not on the agenda. If anyone wants to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Not seeing any, so we'll go back to our agenda. We have minutes from July 13th, 2022 to approve. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, we will go forward and those will stand approved. Okay, so we've got, today our agenda item is, we're having a lot of presentations on our 2023 budget. So we've got human resources, parking, fire, parks, and CPDI. With a lot of the morning sessions, they are shorter, so anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes. And what I'm going to do with those is I'm going to have our department head go ahead and present and complete their presentation, and then we'll do questions because I just really want to be sure that we get through everything today. So I'm going to ask you to hold your questions with these shorter presentations until after the presentation is over. With the longer ones, starting later in the morning, we might intersperse questions then. But for now, please hold your questions. And our first one up is Human Resources. And Angela Simonson is here to present, our department head. Good morning, Angela.
Good morning. Let me share my screen with you. Thank you for giving me time to present this morning. I will be presenting information for the Human Resources Department. I want to first introduce you to our department, highlights for projects that we have accomplished in the prior year, as well as goals that we're looking at for the current year moving forward. And finally,
Angela, if you can make that bigger so that we don't see the surround. And I'm not sure we should.
It looks normal. It looks normal to me, Gwen.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's my computer. Then never mind. It's all a new experience. Sorry, I'm on a different computer today, folks. Okay, never mind. Sorry to interrupt, Angela.
That's okay. I hope I didn't make it too big. If it cuts information off as we go through.
Well, maybe go back to where it was. Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry. There. Perfect. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Okay, and so what I was saying is I will end my presentation talking about not only the HR and risk management new requests we have, but I'm also here today to present information on 2 new requests related to citywide issues, one being the pay plan and the other being our health plan. So with that, we'll get started.
Great.
The HR department consists of 9 staff, including myself. We're a team of engaged employees committed to our profession and to serving the city of Missoula. So before you are the names and titles of those individuals, and this information is provided in the packet as well if you wanted to spend more time looking over. One achievement our department had this prior year was the development of our department mission, vision, and values. We went through a series of meetings and created what we're pretty proud of. I won't spend too much time on these slides, but please know that you can read through them either in your packet of materials. They can also be found on the HR website. HR provides many city services. The screen here shows a few of these key services. Recruiting involves everything from posting jobs, actively recruiting applicants, assisting managers with the hiring process, and onboarding all new employees. Classification and compensation involves managing job descriptions, classification of positions, and the classification for all of our staff. Benefits administration involves planning for many benefit offerings, educating staff on these benefits, managing enrollment and termination of benefits, and ensuring that we're in compliance with all federal regulations related to group benefit plans. Risk management involves overseeing safety and security of our workplaces, coordinating all workers' comp claims, providing guidance to safety committees, and managing our CDL drug testing program. And consultation involves daily conversations and guidance to managers on a wide variety of personnel-related issues and larger projects. And finally, labor relations is providing services and negotiations to the 14 union contracts we currently have at the city. I want to share some demographics about our staff makeup. As of the 1st of July of this year, we had 922 employees. The breakdown is 339 union and 583 non-union staff. Of the non-union staff, the majority are regular, full-time, part-time, and intermittently scheduled staff. That's 59% of our non-union staff. 30%, which is shown in the darker blue here on the left, makes up our temporary status employees. And the green color here in the smaller piece of the pie before you represents 11%, and those are our short-term workers. Recruiting continues to be a challenge. We had 151 job postings in the prior fiscal year. 1,450 applications, which only averages to 10 applicants per posting. So we continue to struggle with both quantity and quality of our applicants. However, despite those challenges, we had very few, if any, failed to fill positions. We were able to bring on 391 new employees. And I apologize for the fuzzy graphic there before you. I don't know what's going on with that, but I apologize. Of those 391 new hires, the majority of them were temporary intermittent staff. And you'll see that represented here in the graphic with this dark blue piece of the donut representing Parks and Rec. The majority of those staff are what we refer to as intermittent staff. They work in our Parks and Recreation department during peak season. But you'll see in orange, we have our Public Works and Mobility team. CPDI is gray. The large yellow here is the police department. Fire department didn't have their large recruitment within the prior fiscal year, so we don't see a large number with them. And then I grouped all other departments into the green. Other key stats, as some of you may find interesting, are we currently have 681 employees. That's not insured lives, that's just the employees who have elected to enroll in our benefits. And we filed 88 workers' comp claims in the prior fiscal year. We've been busy in HR, in addition to some turnover and new staff and some aggressive efforts to move some big projects forward. I'm pretty proud of the list before you. This is only to demonstrate some of our key achievements. We successfully implemented the new applicant tracking system, which I came before you last year with a budget request to be able to fund that. And that's assisting with all of our recruiting efforts. We've worked to classify all non-union positions under the new classification system and finalize the pay plan policy, which I will spend quite a bit of time this morning visiting with you about in a moment. We completed a benefits plan audit to ensure that we're in compliance with all federal guidance around benefit plans. And we reviewed all HR and safety policies. We are very close to being able to publish those updated manuals for staff review and update those administrative rules. Our goal is by late summer. We also served a key role in providing the justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion training to over 100 key staff at the city. We began assisting our planning consultant and departments with their emergency planning and business continuity plan development. And that's an ongoing project that you'll see built into one of the budget requests. And we developed department mission, vision, and values, which I showed you. And we are currently in our final week of our employee survey. It has been going for about a month, and we are excited to get results from that provided to us in early September. So looking forward for this year, some of our key goals for our department are to begin exploring a new HR and payroll system. We want to continue to modernize our HR practices and ensure that we're driven by the city's strategic plan. And so some of these items here before you are going to be essential in order for us to meet those goals. As I mentioned, we're working to finalize those policy handbooks, implementing the pay plan for fiscal year 23, which I refer to as pay plan 23. We're continuing to modernize our recruiting practices to ensure that we have a more active and creative approach, which also targets an effort to increase diversity in our applicants. We're going to be formalizing our city onboarding program for new hires from the time of offer all the way through their first year of employment. And the goal there is to try to help with some retention issues. And then we are working to develop a JEDI work plan. We are currently recruiting to fill that vacant position for our JEDI specialist, and they will be a key piece in developing that work plan, not only for the HR department, but for citywide efforts. And in early September, we'll get results back from our employee survey and be able to analyze those results and develop a plan of action if we identify areas of concern. And as I mentioned earlier, we continue to work on implementation of these emergency action plans and business continuity plans for the entire city. I will be presenting these new budget requests for HR and risk, but also be focused on citywide efforts such as the city pay plan and our health plan. It's important that I mention that HR, like other departments, is choosing to prioritize the needs of employees over some other initiatives. We cannot continue to provide the level of service that we provide at the city without retaining staff and recruiting talent to fill positions when they become vacant. And pay is a huge piece of the puzzle with that. So the first thing I'm going to present is our pay plan. This new request is submitted in two parts. The first is approximately a 3.49% increase in personnel budget to allow for a cost of living increase for non-union classified staff. And then there's a second request that you'll see that is approximately $681,000 for pay plan implementation for the same group of staff. So I want to spend a little time explaining what the proposal for the new pay plan is and the work that we've put into it to date. This budget request is necessary to help us meet two strategic goals. One is tied to the ability to recruit and retain an engaged and diverse workforce, and the other is to ensure that we're in alignment with our JEDI resolution, ensuring equity within the workplace. We contracted with Communication Management Services, referred to as CMS, and they have been working with us for over 2 years on pay and classification issues. So to date, working with CMS, we've been able to create and implement a new classification model that has pay bands that are tied to market rate. Market rate is defined by taking a number of different data points that CMS has access to, wage data points, I should say, and finding the average wage for a given position and trying to match that position as closely as possible to those data points. So our new classification model builds market into the grade that we assign to a given position. All positions were then reviewed under this model to ensure that they're classified properly following these new principles, and they were placed into a new pay band. We then looked at all non-union classified staff's current wages and analyzed that against where they ought to be based on years of service with the city. We need a new pay plan for a few reasons. The old pay plan created inequities, and through our analysis, we were luckily able to determine that these inequities were not tied to any type of protected class like race or gender. They were across all groups. They were caused by absent or unclear rules and inconsistent application of rules that did exist. And this was caused by a lack of relation to market as well, and our need to be competitive with wages. So we would see new hires in recent years not being willing to accept positions at the entry wage. And so managers would have to hire them above step one. And in turn, we created inequities by trying to be competitive through our processes. The new pay plan will ensure that positions are properly classified, which they have all been at this point. And it also establishes clear rules for setting pay for these new hires to ensure that we are competitive in the wage that we can offer, but also honoring equity of our current staff at the same time. So there are clear rules built in to what step a new hire can be brought into and how that calculation is determined based on prior direct relevant experience and education. It also outlines rules for pay progression. So once an employee is within the pay plan, how do they move forward with their pay? And it is written in a way that we hope everyone from our most entry-level staff person all the way through our elected officials can read the policy and clearly understand what the rules are and how they would apply. And then we are committed as management team to follow this policy and not allow exceptions to take place without without having very good justification for doing so. So the new pay plan establishes current equity. It assigns all current staff to what's referred to as their target market ratio. So think of that as a step that they would be assigned to based on their years of service with the city. It provides competitive entry wages while preserving that internal equity, and provides for fiscal responsibility. It builds longevity into the step progression rather than giving an added longevity on top of a step progression. And it also caps staff at 106% of market rate, to which any staff that hit that would only receive a cost of living allowance if that were approved by council through the budget each year. So we've put a lot of work into this plan, and now once the budget is hopefully approved, we would look at implementation. And the goal for implementation would be that all staff, regardless of whether they're at or above target market, would receive a COLA retro to 7/1. And then to help us be able to afford implementation of assigning staff to the proper step that they should be at based on their years of service, we propose that we would move staff to their target market ratio as of January 1st, 2023, because that helps us with some budget costs. To help you understand the breakdown of how many staff are we talking that would get this additional amount come January, every staff person in the pie graph before you receives COLA. Those in dark green get COLA only because they are at or above the step that they should be at based on their years of service with the city. Light green are the number of staff that would receive additional amounts come January 1st to align them with their proper step. And then moving forward, every July, assuming budget is approved, they would progress through their steps until they hit their maximum. Sorry, it went backwards there. This year, we're proposing something I believe to be creative when it comes to COLA. And we want to apply COLA in a more equitable manner. Historically, the city and most other organizations implement a flat percentage COLA. This model provides for a much higher wage increase to those making the most in the organization. Example, with the 3% increase, which we've historically seen in recent years, the lowest paid staff at the city would get approximately 49 cents more per hour, while the higher paid staff would receive $2.25 per hour. We recognize that inflation rates as of June 30th are around 9%, depending on what statistic you're looking at. And even without a new pay plan implementation, we cannot afford to offer such a large percentage increase to all staff. To allow for a more equitable model that provides a greater percentage increase to those making the least within our organization, and in an effort to assist us in getting staff to their target market ratio, we're proposing the following model. Those individuals in the new grades 5 through 12 would receive $1.25 more per hour retro to July 1st. And in tier 2, which are grades 13 and higher, they would receive $1 per hour. We're not suggesting this flat dollar COLA moving forward, only this year to help us both recognize the high cost of living increase, as well as assist us in getting individuals closer to their target market ratio in the new pay plan model. Going forward, the entire pay matrix would shift by COLA percentage, that the COLA that would be adopted by council would be, or proposed to council and approved, I should say, would be, the whole matrix would shift by that COLA, and then staff would progress through wages, through their steps for their wage increases. Tier 1 statistics. So who are these people that fall into this tier 1 that would be receiving $1.25 more per hour? There are 146 employees who would be receiving $1.25 per hour COLA. The average wage for this group of staff comes to $21.25 per hour, and the average tenure is 5.15 years. Of these 146 employees, you will see in the pie graph here that You'll see in the pie graph here that the light blue are individuals who would be receiving COLA only, and the dark blue are individuals who would still have a target market adjustment come January 1st. So it's divided evenly 50-50 in this case. Tier 2 staff, we have 168 employees who would be receiving $1 per hour COLA. The average wage for these individuals is about $17 more per hour than that last group that you saw, with an average wage of $38.76 per hour. And the average tenure is almost double. It's 9.86 years. You'll see in this pie graph that far more of these individuals are set to receive target market adjustments come January 1st. So while this dollar is helping a group of these individuals get closer to that TMR, there's still a larger number of them that would be receiving the increase. Overall, as you saw on the first slide for this piece of the presentation, the overall increase for COLA comes to about 3.5%. And so that's how all of these numbers come from year over year. This is the breakdown by department, with light blue meaning of all of these staff here in this column for Public Works and Mobility. The light blue shows how many of the Public Works and Mobility staff would be receiving COLA only, and all of these employees get COLA, but the dark blue would also be getting a target market adjustment come January. So you'll see we have those target market adjustments, which, remember, that is tied to placing those individuals in the proper step based on their years of service with the city. So that is how we remedy inequities in our pay plan. But all but the mayor's office have COLA, some staff with COLA only, and all have those target market adjustments. This demonstrates how those inequities were across all departments and all positions. That is the brief overview of our pay plan. And when we get to the end, I'm happy to answer more questions about the pay plan proposal for the budget request. The next budget request is a request for ongoing funding for our applicant tracking system, which is currently NeoGov. Last year, when I came before you for new requests, I talked about the need for a more robust applicant tracking system to assist us with our recruiting efforts and to better serve both applicants, HR, and our hiring managers. Thank you for approving those funds and assisting us in purchasing our new system. However, those funds were approved as one-time funds, and we need the system funded into the future. HR has long had close to $6,000 in our budget to cover the prior system. And for that reason, I'm asking for an additional $15,460 to be approved as ongoing funding rather than that one-time funding to help us pay for NeoGov going forward. The total cost for NeoGov is approximately it's about $22,000 a year. And it includes not only the applicant tracking system, which is a far more robust system, but it also includes an onboarding system, which we are going to be launching later this year. This is necessary to help us meet the city's strategic goals of standardizing a results-driven management model in all departments, and also developing a plan that works to recruit and retain staff. NeoGov allows us to pull really robust stats that you'll be able to see some of those results of in next year's presentation that I do, because we just launched it in June. We don't have stats that we're able to pull as far as time to fill and quality and quantity of applicants. And so that's how that standardized results-driven management model applies to the NeoGov system. The next request has to do with safety and security. Most of you are likely familiar with the security check-in at City Hall. This need, in addition to security for council meetings, will continue. The budget for these services was approved last year as one-time funding, and we're again asking for funding to approve as an ongoing amount in the amount of $104,623. And we are asking for this to be funded as ongoing funded for contracted services rather than one-time funding. This request helps us to meet the strategic goal of addressing workplace safety concerns. The next request is actually 2 baseline adjustment requests that you'll see, I believe, listed as separate baseline adjustments. The first is a $4,000 increase to the budgeted amount for our emergency communication subscription contract with Alertus. That is a system that we hope to go live this year, where there will be a city-wide, organizational-wide alert system if we were to have any kind of safety issues. And the cost for that contract went up by $4,000, and that's why we're requesting a baseline adjustment. The next is a $7,800 increase to budgeted amount for the Employee Assistance Program. So the EAP program is through Uprise Health. All staff and elected officials have access to EAP services. The most common type of service that is accessed is counseling services free of charge. So this helps support our mental health support systems for our staff and elected officials. The cost for that particular contract has increased by $7,800, and that contract renews as of August 1st. In fiscal year 22, we had 114 members access 551 services with the EAP. 71% of these were staff, 15% were children, and 14% were spouses or partners. This is an important service for our staff. And as I stated, the contract is up for renewal. This budget request is necessary to help us address workplace safety concerns and also help us to work to recruit and retain and engage innovative and diverse staff. I'm going to end with good news for all of you. So our health plan projected increase is 5.2% for the next calendar year. Last year, Dale and I presented the health plan in a separate presentation, and this year we've decided to include it in today's presentation because HR manages the health plan for the city. The increase, as a reminder, would take effect 1/1, but we have to build it into this fiscal year because our health plan is on a calendar year. So we're entering a new experiment with how we do budgeting and looking forward. I will blow this screen up a little bit. What you're looking at here is total claims paid in the fiscal year 22 compared to the previous period, and we only saw a 6% increase. The prior year, I apologize, I should have pulled that up. I believe it was closer to like 30%. I'll pull that up, and that's why we saw almost an 8% increase last time. So a 5.2 is really good news, and some of that is coming from these total claims paid and the claims cost both being at or below 10%. And then we saw a negative number for our large claims totals. So the large claims are any of those claims over $25,000. And compared to the previous period, we went down 16%. So those types of stats helped us get to that proposed 5.2% increase for our health plan costs. Gallagher, who is our actuary, is advising that we have a 5.2% increase to ensure that our plan remains fiscally sound. And how this will alter premium costs for staff is still being determined at the administrative level. We have some union contracts we have to keep in mind and figure out how much of that cost we could pass on to dependent or spouse premium costs versus how much the city may have to take on to ensure that we're meeting those contract obligations. And that wraps up my presentation for today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I will stop sharing.
Great. Thank you so much, Angela. That was a super clear presentation. That was awesome. I did have a couple questions before we go to other questions from people. And so really the biggest component, new component that you're talking about is the pay plan 2023 adjustment. And it's really trying to raise some of the lower paying jobs that the city has. And I think you talked about this, but I wanted you to just expand a little bit. Could you just describe again which categories of jobs and who tends to be in those jobs that we are trying to raise that rate up so that it's better paying?
Yeah, so Gwen, what we're trying to do is actually align all positions, not just our lower classified positions. We're trying to ensure that all positions have classification that's tied to market rates. And that helps us to ensure that we can continue to be competitive across all positions, because it's not just our lower paid positions that we have a hard time recruiting in. We've had top positions where people have said, no, I can't afford to live in Missoula. I can't accept what you're offering. And our hands were tied, like, well, this is how much we can offer. So we've worked really hard with CMS to ensure that our rates for all positions are tied to market. The COLA adjustment for the $1.25 is what is trying to target those lower paid staff who are currently making the lowest, because in general, the theory is those individuals have in general suffer more when inflation goes up than higher paid staff. And really the breaking point to look at, if you had to compare, well, normally I get 3% COLA, right? Because staff would say that. If an individual is making $33 an hour or less, they're getting at least a 3% increase with their COLA. And many of them, the lower you go, the higher that percentage COLA increase gets.
Great, thanks. That is very helpful. And in terms of with the $1.25 increase and the lower classifications, demographically speaking, my understanding is that this impacts women far more than men. Like there's some equity issues. Could you speak to that?
So actually, we did not find any equity issues tied to gender or any other protected class. Now, what I could do, I don't have stats in front of me, but I'd be happy to, my staff and I could get that together today and follow up with council on gender demographics per grade. We could absolutely pull some stats like that, because that could paint the picture of what is the gender breakdown for grades 5 through 12, the individuals who are getting $1.25 versus the 13 and higher grades. But when we did our wage analysis, looking at inequities and the number of staff who are getting large target market adjustments, for example, do we see gender issues that are present? There were none. It's across all genders and all grades. So it was really interesting.
Great, good to hear. Well, yeah, if it's not too much work, I would be interested with the lower classifications, because anecdotally I've always heard that, but maybe we should look at some data, see what's going on. So thank you for that. Okay, I have some questions queued up here, so we'll go to questions. Ms. Vasika.
Thanks, and thanks for that presentation. Regarding the security to City Hall, I've received a few complaints about that from constituents. It's just harder to get into the building. So I was just kind of wondering what sparked having that intensive security there instead of just a posted guard.
So I don't know if Mike Brady is on the call, and I would invite him to chime in, but I will answer from my perspective, Sandra. My perspective is twofold. The security at the front does COVID screening to ensure individuals coming into our building aren't demonstrating symptoms of COVID, to try to keep everyone, visitors and staff alike, as free from running into someone who may be actively ill, right? And two, ensuring they are not possessing a weapon coming into our building. And so it keeps all staff within our building who are the majority of individuals who are coming in are coming for court, right? So everyone coming from court, that we're not having a direct threat from someone having a weapon or an illness, and then really fielding the individuals to departments. We don't have an across the board rule that you have to have a meeting to come into City Hall. So if someone wants to come and has a question for the mayor's office or HR, security will screen them, ensure that they're safe, give our departments a call, make sure someone's available to greet that person, and then they're able to come upstairs and we serve them like we always have. Same thing with CPDI, with permitting process and whatnot. I know they have a lot of individuals coming into the building. So as far as it really boils down to safety of anyone who's in this building, staff or visitors, Dale, I don't know. I see you on the call. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's something you would want to add. I don't know, Council Chair, if that's okay that I
Yes,
ask.
no, Dale's got his hand raised. I think he wants to chime in. Dale?
Yeah, and just a follow-up thing, Ms. Vasika, we've received complaints too, and we're in the process of reviewing. We've asked for a summary of complaints we're hearing from security in our departments, and we're going to do a review. This is, we've been kind of operating, I'll quote, post-pandemic here for a few months now, and it's time for us to look back to make sure we are providing the access our citizens need. So we will be reviewing that here in short order.
Thanks, Dale.
Great.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up?
Go ahead.
So before, when we just had a posted security guard and not the fancy doors and everything, what is the estimate cost difference between what we have now and what we had in previous years?
I don't have that available right now, but I can have Mike Brady pull that information and I can provide that as a follow-up.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And yeah, I appreciate all the information on that. I think COVID was a huge game changer, but also just the era we're living in, things are happening left and right. And I think having some level of security is very important because government and courts tend to be a target. Okay, Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. Thanks, Angela. That was a really informative presentation. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm just going to ask a couple of them and maybe follow up with an email for you. But my computer decided to reboot right in the middle of your presentation, so I can't remember if I heard you say how many total employees we have.
Yep, let me go back to that slide so that I can tell you. And I'm sorry to hear about your tech issues. So as of July 1st, we have 922 total employees. And then in the slides that I've provided, there's a breakdown of how many of them are union versus non-union.
Yeah, okay. And you also mentioned temporary, short-term, and intermittent. And I guess I'm confused as to what each one of those, what's the difference between them?
Yep, I'm happy to answer that. So these are classifications that are outlined in statute, in state statute. And so a regular employee has been hired through a competitive process to fill a budgeted FTE. So they can work full-time, part-time, or an intermittent or variable schedule. Okay, so we have a group of those individuals who we refer to as regular staff. Then temporary staff can also work full-time, part-time, or a variable schedule, but they cannot work for the city for more than 12 months, right? So they truly are hired on a temporary basis. The vast majority of them are found in Parks and Recreation and really work the summer season, right? So spring to early fall. And then we have short-term workers who they cannot work more than 90 actual work days in a year. And we find them in Parks and Rec as our sports officials, referees and coaches and those positions that are just working here and there. And I should add that seasonal staff, true seasonal staff, fall under regular staff because they are hired through a competitive process. The majority, if not all of them, are currently unionized, and they work say 9 months out of the year. Most of them are in Parks and Rec, and then they are laid off, but then subject to recall. So they don't have to go through a hiring process again because they are a regular staff person. So they don't have their leave cashed out or lose any retirement or anything like that during their layoff. So they are captured under that regular classification.
Okay, I have a couple follow-ups if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
So does the COLA and the market rate increase? Is that for full-time employees, regular employees, or is it for everyone who works for the city?
Good question. So it is for non-union classified staff. So any of the staff that are intermittently scheduled, temporary, intermittent, or short-term workers are not included in that number. So I don't have that. It's 300 and some employees that fall under non-union classified staff.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. as a former city employee, I always remember thinking it's a difficult balance between trying to provide upward mobility and incentives for upward mobility and retention, because you're trying to retain the good qualified staff that you have, but at the same time move them up, move everyone up. So I'm curious to know what that scenario looks like for the city, and also is part of the retention plan, or has it ever been considered to have some incentives, like if you stay with the city for 2 years, you get a certain bump in pay raise. If you stay for 5 years, then you can look for, another bump in pay. I know that some cities do that as a way to retain highly qualified staff. They can look forward to, if there isn't an upward mobility in terms of their classification or their status, that they can at least look forward to an increase in pay after a certain number of years. So that's my one question. And the last one is, for your hiring plan, how does the JEDI goals, how are they going to be used in order to bring in more diversity to city staff?
Perfect. So I'm hoping I'm capturing all of your questions, and if not, let me know. Okay, Mirta. So the first is, when you say staff moving up, am I understanding correctly as far as promotional opportunities? Is that
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to be exploring, not this calendar year, but the hope is starting early next calendar year, career paths. And so career paths are helping staff to understand how transferable skills in their current role, say someone is in an admin specialist role, and they would really like to be able to take on more responsibility, make more money, and promote up, and helping identify what kind of transferable skills are found in that particular position and link it to other possible positions. It's not giving them the job, but it's helping them at least recognize what these other positions are. It's not always just management. Not everyone should be a supervisor, right? Not everyone wants to be a supervisor, but that's like the natural line that so many staff look at, when really there are pathways that help them, grow in their professions or even take on a whole new profession. And coupled with just that education of trying to help point people in directions to explore, also offering internal training for interviewing, right? So internal staff typically are the ones who do the worst in interviews. They come in, they interview, and they make assumptions that you already know me and you know everything about me. So they don't go into detail and give a lot of information like an external candidate might be doing. And so if we can just help prepare our internal staff to be more competitive when an opening comes up, that could help solve some of the, how do I promote and how can I get new positions within the city? So there's a lot that goes into that program, and we don't have it all, we're just starting to talk about the idea of being able to do this. The question though about longevity is your next question. Year after year, that is built into this new pay plan model. Every year of service, an individual will receive a step increase based on their years of service. Now it caps out at 106%. And so for some positions, that might be year 6, and others it's year 13. It just depends on the lower positions caps out earlier than the higher. And the whole principle of that is that it should normally take a director, for example, a longer period of time to be completely proficient and an expert at everything that they do in their role, opposed to a more entry level where maybe 6 months to a year, they're hitting the ground running. We get to have them be at market rate much sooner, which means that they also cap out sooner. And our current pay plan has 42 steps. And to me, that is not being a good steward of public funds, because we can't just continuously always give you a raise based on years of service. Cost of living, yes, right? But almost all organizations have a cap somewhere within their pay plan. And that's why those career paths are that much more important, right? Because then we could say, okay, you're capped out, but there are options if you want to learn something new and grow further in your career and still stay here with the city, right? And bring that great knowledge and commitment that you have. And I'm sorry, you had a third question. I can't remember what it was.
It was about JEDI and how
Oh.
you can use that to hiring, but I don't want to
Okay.
dominate the the question. I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, unless there's other council people who'd like to hear that, that's a really quick answer. So.
You know, why don't you go ahead with a quick answer? We've got 2 minutes and 2 more questions from people. So quick answer and then 2 more questions from other councilors.
So the diversity recruitment efforts are going to look like building relationships with different community organizations who are willing and able to share job postings. So if we have a BIPOC association of some sort in our community who has a bulletin board or a membership list or a way to get information about our jobs out to their membership, to their community members, then that in itself can help us to reach different populations and in theory, increase the number of applicants that we have applying, and probability works that if your applicant pool is more diverse, then the likelihood of a hire of an individual who represents a certain element of diversity will be greater. We also have worked to remove really strict education requirements in our job descriptions. We no longer have language like you have to have a high school diploma or a GED. It's really more about the experience and what you bring as far as competencies and skills that can be related to that position. There are very few positions at the city where a higher degree should be required, and those would be attorneys and engineers. All others have equivalency for experience.
Great, thanks. We're going to quickly go to Daniel and then Heidi.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had 2 quick questions going off of the JEDI one. I was curious if we have ever thought about inviting our JEDI specialists to attend council meetings or council committee meetings when they see fit.
Yeah, and Daniel, we have only had a JEDI specialist in that position for about a month, and so that position has been vacant. But I could see that there could definitely be room for that type of conversation and participation with elected officials.
Thanks. And then I was just curious what the lowest paid worker for the city would be now with these new adjustments. I was under the impression that everybody was making over 15 an hour, but with like those seasonal workers and such, I still see advertisements from the city for like $12 an hour sometimes or 13. And I was curious if those were all going to get bumped up to at least 15 an hour now.
Yeah, so those lower paid positions that you're referencing are part of our Parks and Rec intermittent pay plan. So they have their own pay plan. They typically see their wage increases come in January because the park board plays a role, I believe, in helping to set those wages, and they are under 15. And HR has asked Parks and Rec to see how they can afford over the next 2 to 3 years to try to bring those staff in line with market wages. So this pay plan that I talked about today does not apply to those staff. It is only to the classified staff. And before any of the proposed COLA increases or TMR, our lowest paid staff that's in classified is right around $16.50 an hour.
Great. We're Heidi, quickly to you, and then we're going to finish up and go on to our next topic.
So I was wondering what the source is that you use to determine what the market wage is. I assume you go back to the same source for everything year after year, ideally, right?
So Heidi, it's not one source. So
Okay.
Beauty and market, you can't just do one source, because any one of us could go find a job announcement like, look, Dale, I could make this much with my job. I found this, and will you pay me that much? So the market data that CMS pulls is pulled from tons of data. So the Federal Bureau of Statistics has thousands of data points for particular positions. So they access that. Then they access more local data. And so they're looking at tons of data. And the whole point of that is to try to be sure that we find good matches, and that we're not just having, a confirmation bias of like, see, this position is only worth this much, we shouldn't pay more, or the opposite of we ought to pay this much because we found these 3 data points that tell us that. So we're truly collecting as much data as we can. And then every 4 to 5 years, we would do our own salary survey where we pay CMS to actually go out and find employers to match our specific positions to them. And that's when we can really dig even deeper, right, than just the general data that CMS is able to pull. That's a good question. Thank you for asking it.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
Great. Thank you so much, Angela. If people have further questions, you can email Angela. She can get all sorts of great information to you. But thank you for the budget presentation today. We're going to close out Human Resources, and we're going to go to the Parking Commission now. And we've got Ian Ortlieb, our Parking Commissioner, to present on that.
Thanks, Glenn. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. I will share a presentation. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Well, let me
Great.
get it in the presenter mode.
Oh, wait, that's right. There you go. Much better. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me this morning. I'm hoping to not take up too much of your time as we go. Just a brief introduction. My name is Ian Ortlieb, and I am the Parking Services Director for the Missoula Parking Commission. And today we just want to present you our proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. Before we jump into new requests in our CIP for fiscal year 23, I wanted to just start off by giving you some background information on the Parking Commission, a really brief recap of who we are and what we do. The Parking Commission works hard in making Missoula's downtown a great experience. And we here at the Parking Commission, we envision a barrier-free experience for everyone. And we all fully understand that the parking lot is usually the first and last impression somebody has when coming downtown. So we're constantly working to make that a good experience. And here at the Parking Commission, we work with the city, local businesses, employees of downtown, and just the general community to manage parking and parking alternatives for all those either working, living, or visiting the city. And I would like to add that I'm really excited that our staff here at the Parking Commission has been actively engaged in city initiatives such as the climate action and organizational excellence strategic work teams. You know, as a member of the city, we are always looking at how we can improve our services and make this city an even better place. I also wanted to include the organizational structure of the Parking Commission. As you can see, we're a pretty small department, and we currently have 11 employees working for the Parking Commission. Our administrative staff are the friendly voices you hear when calling our office. They handle all of our administrative duties, including working with tickets, permits, leases, and really serving as frontline customer service agents through the phone, email, and in person. Our enforcement staff are by far the most visible staff of the Parking Commission, and they're outside year round in all the weather elements, enforcing parking rules and regulations. You know, they're protecting the parking of paid customers and enforcing safety violations. And much like our admin team, they are frontline customer service ambassadors for the Parking Commission. I wanted to talk about our maintenance team that really help keep us operational on a day in, day out basis, taking care of a variety of things such as signage, painting, to keeping our meters and gate equipment up and running, to working on keeping the downtown area looking good. They're constantly outside fixing things and making things look good. All of these positions, they report up through our parking services manager. And if you haven't had the opportunity to meet Jody Pilgrim, she just does an absolutely fantastic job in keeping the entire team grouped together, grounded, and working towards the common goals for the commission. And then lastly, the Parking Commission reports up to the Parking Commission Board, which consists of five members from the Missoula community. At the end of May, we had a board retreat to establish some strategic goals and really focus our attention in the upcoming years. The first goal was to pursue the expansion of the Parking Commission jurisdiction. And currently our jurisdiction includes a central business district and adjacent areas within downtown and the university district. And with that being said, our area of management or even potential management is confined to those areas. The big takeaway from our discussions on expansion was not putting a parking meter in every neighborhood or even managing parking in every pocket in the city. But as a city grows and density increases, an expanded jurisdiction would allow the Parking Commission to be nimbler in addressing parking issues that may come up during that time. And we here as a team, we understand that we cannot do this in a vacuum and need to rely on subject matter experts within the parking industry to help us provide that framework for just a holistic approach to parking. We also would need an operational and management plan that, if given the opportunity to expand our management, that we do it properly. That's really important to us. And just an update, we plan on having a parking study done. And right now we're just in the process of developing the scope for that study. The second goal was to start the process on addressing parking inventory. And with that was specifically a parking garage. And we all understand that every step in that process needs to be strategic. In this, we would be looking at the best possible location for a sustainable garage and really diving in deep to make a sound financial decision on addressing that parking inventory. And then the third goal was focusing in on sound financial stewardship at the Parking Commission. We need to ensure that we are being good stewards of all of our resources and assets. A couple questions that popped up out of that. How can we be more efficient with what we have? And, what services and products can we introduce to eliminate waste in our processes? Ultimately, we have an obligation to provide excellent service to the public and cannot be stagnant in our operation and management. And, with that, innovation is really important. And I'm really excited that the Parking Commission Board is pushing for new ideas, new services that would allow us to meet that obligation. Transitioning over to the fiscal year 2023 budget, I did want to include a brief recap of fiscal year 22. And I was ecstatic at year end that our revenues were back up to pre-pandemic levels in just about every revenue category. Some revenue categories reached all-time highs, such as meter revenue and lease revenue, which is outstanding. And overall, we had a banner year with total revenues eclipsing previous highs in pre-pandemic years. So it was a really positive year for the Parking Commission. In looking at the Parking Commission in comparison with other parking organizations nationally, there was a study done. And around 75% of parking organizations returned to pre-pandemic levels. And I'm happy to report that we're a part of that 75%. So things are looking really healthy. Looking ahead to next year, although fiscal year 22 was a banner year, we're still seeing the impacts of COVID and, new strains popping up. And, in looking at that, we need to be sensitive to those impacts. And looking ahead to fiscal year 23, we took a cautious approach in our revenue projections. Overall, we are budgeting for an approximate 8% increase in total revenues from our budgeted fiscal year 22 amounts. And for revenue, we're hoping that we will meet that and things will be positive. On the expense side of things and operating within the COVID pandemic, and the Parking Commission wasn't unique in that you have to be really mindful and manage your expenses. And with revenues returning to pre-pandemic conditions, we need to start addressing some of the items that were deferred over the past couple of years. So looking ahead to fiscal year 23, expenses are up a little from what we budgeted last year, but we're all feeling really confident that through mindful management, we'll have another very positive year. I did want to highlight the pie charts on the right-hand side that just give a breakdown of revenue and expenses by category for the Parking Commission. The proposed budget numbers we've seen in the last slide include these new requests. We are proposing an increase of $507 in baseline increases. And these increases include expected increases to utilities, contractual increases for professional fees, and general accounting housekeeping. We wanted to bring up baselines to historical actuals in some of our expense categories. Included in the increase is our obligation to the Rome Condo Association. In that arrangement, we need to start paying dues to the condo association, and fiscal year 23 marks the first year that we're doing so. Part of that was we budgeted $10,720 for our portion of the annual dues, which includes some common general area expenses and our portion of utilities for the floor of parking that we manage. We are also asking for an increase in personnel expenses. This was to take into account a reclassification of our parking services manager position and the addition of one full-time parking enforcement officer. We currently have 3, and we would like to add another. This additional officer could help us in being more consistent with our enforcement throughout the areas we manage. And when it comes to parking enforcement, consistency is really important. And then lastly, a new request of an estimated $100,000 for a parking study to be conducted to look at expansion and optimization. And really, this study shall inform us on what we would need to do to be successful in really any environment. We have one scheduled CIP for the upcoming year. This is a required project to upgrade the systems in our 3 parking garages downtown Rome, Park Place, and Central Park. And this upgrade would replace end of support mag stripe ticket dispensers and validators at the entrances and exits to all of our garages. Through this new upgrade in technology, the Parking Commission is ensuring ongoing operational continuity while at the same time providing enhancements to service. From what I understand and talking with folks in the parking industry, the barcode technology is far superior to the mag stripe. It's more reliable and more consistent, and we're hoping to increase our level of service to customers utilizing the garages. And then lastly, I just wanted to include that all of the new requests and the capital improvement project will be funded with parking revenue and has been approved by the Parking Commission Board. And with that, I would love to open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. If you want to take your screen down, lovely, thank you. And so just to reemphasize how you ended, the Parking Commission is its own entity in terms of all of its revenues come from parking revenues, and all of your expenses are paid out of those revenues. You are in your own silo, basically, and no general fund monies go to the Parking Commission, right, Ian?
That is correct, yeah.
Great. So just want to make that super clear, first of all. And I did have one question before we go to other questions. $100,000 for a parking study, is that to look at possibly expanding the jurisdiction of the Parking Commission and or looking at the parking within the university district? There's several different levels there. Could you just clarify what your first step forward is on this big issue?
Absolutely. I've been talking with some colleagues of mine in the parking industry, and to be honest, I think a lot of these different elements are intertwined with one another. And a part of it would be to take a look at our current operations and really get a good study on what we're doing currently and how we can optimize that. And that might include, taking a look at fines or taking a look at rate structures, taking a look at how we're managing different operations like the RPP, and really how that really will fold up into an expansion talk. I think with growth of expansion will mean growth to the Parking Commission, and we need to be able to support that growth. So I think it'll be an in-depth look at it. Like I said, I'm still working on that scope of that study, what all of that will entail. And I'm not necessarily thinking it's going to be a secret. I think there's going to be a lot of collaboration with a lot of people in order to make sure what we get is something that is good and will work long-term.
Great, that helps a lot. It sounds like it's a process that you need to go through, educating yourself to figure out how to begin to approach it. So it sounds like you're gathering in all of that information to figure out the forward path. Okay, great. Let's go to questions. Ms. Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks. And I had a couple of questions, but you just asked the first one of them. So my other question, Ian, and thanks for the presentation, is more around if, I know we just did the McKinstry study and that you got a lot of feedback on that. So I'm curious if you have any comments you want to tell us about that, but also if you're looking at any energy upgrades in this budgeting cycle, as far as I'm assuming parking garages primarily, but could you speak to that a bit for me?
Yeah, absolutely, Amber. We did get the numbers from McKinstry, and some of the projects that they had regarding lighting and water remediation are up there on our list of things that we want to get done. And the biggest thing is looking ahead to the fiscal year with the prices in contracting and the prices of fixtures. We're being really mindful of that and would love to get the best indication on the cost of getting those projects done, especially the lighting in the garages and water remediation in some of our utility rooms. That's really important to keep water out of concrete structures. So we are still actively engaged in those conversations to see what we can do. And fortunately for the Parking Commission, our portion was one of the smaller portions in that. And we're hoping that we can get something done this year. And that is most certainly on my agenda to revisit with the Parking Commission board on seeing where we're at to get some of this work done.
Great, thank you. And Sandra, our last question.
Thanks. I had two quick questions. So can you pay for your parking in like zone 4061, even if you park down by Karis Park, and I think it's 4063?
They are separate zones, so no, they
Okay,
have
that's
to be
what I
paid in the
thought.
same zone. There's different rate structures associated with both of those locations as well that really gum up the system.
Okay, and then my last one is, this isn't really budget related, but there was I heard of one city linking the license plates that you enter into the parking program with a police department system to find stolen vehicles. Like if somebody stole a car and then went downtown and paid for parking, they would get police would get notification of that. Is there a way that we could do something like that?
I know currently it is not linked with the police, and I think that would probably be a more appropriate question for the city attorney's office, and working with protected information. The legality between sharing that information is pretty strict in the state of Montana.
Okay,
So I can't answer that question, but I can most certainly follow up on that.
All right, thank you. I no need to follow up on that. If I want to pursue this, I will. Thanks.
Great. Interesting. That's a great question, Sandra. Really interesting. Okay, well, that concludes our Parking Commission presentation on the budget. As I always say, if you have any further questions, you can always email Ian. And thank you so much, Ian, for all of your information today. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, next up we have fire. Our fire department for the city of Missoula, and I believe we've got Chief Gordy Hughes online for this. Are you here with us, Chief?
I am. Can you hear me and see me?
Yep, we can. We sure can. So, good morning. Looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Good morning. Every one of these Zoom calls is always an interesting event for us with IT issues. So bear with me. I will muddle my way through my skill set here. First of all, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present, and also thank you all for the service to Missoula. And also want to extend a thank you to those members of council that have done ride-alongs recently with the fire department to get to see and experience a little bit of what we're out in the community doing. So appreciate that. Thank you all. I will share my screen. It's not right. What I need to do, Cheryl. Yeah, it's right here. Please bear with me. I'm going to navigate that. See if I can. Technical difficulties. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I am no help in these areas. It's better if I don't say anything, so I just stay quiet.
You seeing that? No.
Not now.
Is that working?
Not seeing it yet.
Yeah. Yeah. IT issues.
You're just putting it on your screen. Though. You need to.
It's over there. Well, this will be very difficult if I cannot do this. So,
Gordy, would you like me to see, since this is Lisa, since you
Yeah.
sent me the presentation, to see if I can share it from my screen and you can just tell me when to advance the slides?
Lisa, that would be awesome.
All right, let me see what I can do here. Hang tight just a second.
Aha.
All right, so just tell me when you need to go to the next slide and I'll move it along.
You got it. You're a blessing. Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
So, go ahead and advance.
Okay. Bear with me while I get my system to work here. Okay, let's see here. Okay.
All right, and we're going to blaze through this rather quickly. I was afforded 30 minutes, so I am going to stick to my timeline and try to get through quite a bit of information as quick as possible. Go ahead. Lisa.
Great.
A little background information there. Our mission statement and our vision statement. This is the makeup of the fire department with all of our divisions. We've got the administration division, operations. Those are the boots on the ground, training and EMS, fire prevention, the bureau folks, maintenance division, and our newly formed health and wellness division, which includes the mobile support team and services in peer support and peer fitness for the department. Go ahead and advance. Request, under new requests, our contractual and utility increases and baseline adjustments to our budget. That's keeping the lights on and keeping us rolling down the road. Fuel costs have gone through the roof, and last year's fiscal year, we finished nearly $20,000 in the red, just with the spike on the tail end of last year's fiscal. So we're needing to increase fuel significantly. Go ahead and advance. Second priority is one of the ones that we are looking to advance our agenda in a Station 6 opening, that we want to bridge the gap by taking some relief off of our call volume in the north areas with Station 4 and Station 1. Those are the calls north of the Clark Fork River. As we grow in the community, a lot of our call volume is pushed in that area, along with areas in the south part of the city. But our recognition is that we get some relief on the north side with our spike in call volumes there. You can see on that graph just where we are in time for the half a year we've experienced comparatively to the half years in the previous 5. We're already nearly 500 calls above where we were last year. With me, I also have Assistant Chiefs Brad Davis and Philip Keating, and we're going to share the mic and just go through these individually. Also with me is Fire Services or Fire Management. Sorry, I always mess this name. Or this up. Fire Business Manager Cheryl. So I'm going to pass this over to Brad, and he'll cover a few remaining items.
Gordy, good morning, everybody. I'll take just a quick minute to talk about our mobile support team and our request for this upcoming fiscal year. Our mobile support team continues to be one of the most innovative and progressive programs, not only for our department, but here in the state and in our region. We have, I think most of you are familiar with what that is. We've continued to work with and restructure our partnership with Partnership Health Center to provide crisis response for the Missoula area and Missoula County. And in each agency, we've restructured that to utilize the strengths of each agency and the expertise. And we've really found that this year we've kind of hit our stride, so to speak. We ramped this up with grant funded very fast. We kind of worked through some of that. Last year, we were trying to get kind of built up. We had COVID we were dealing with. And now I really feel like we've hit our stride. We're really gelling really well. We're increasing our level of service, our hours of service, and we're doing some really great things out there in the community. Over the last 18-month period, the mobile support team has responded to 2,210 calls for service, and we spent over 1,000 hours on scene with clients in crisis, and we have visited with over 1,500 clients to date. Support team has diverted, that we know of, over 900 times we've diverted individuals from having to go to the emergency department, and that has an average cost of $2,000 and $2,050 per visit. So we've saved on ER diversions alone over the last 18 months nearly $2 million of cost savings. The mobile support team responds to anybody in crisis, which includes the housed and the unhoused. And one of the stigmas is that mobile support team is primarily serving the unhoused population. But as we pull our statistics, 67% of the individuals that we visit where they are that are in crisis are housed, and 33% of our clients are unhoused. So, with that, we're going to continue to offer a different type of response and dedicate that MST and that crisis response to meet people where they are and take the time that's needed to connect them to appropriate resources and build them a safety plan. And if we continue on the trend that we are on, over 60% of the time we're able to keep clients where we meet them and where they are, rather than jail or ER or other alternatives. So with that, we're requesting this fiscal year, $969,000 for the total program cost. That includes the entire program, PHC and fire department together as one. We worked really hard the last year trying to clean up this process as far as organizing multiple agencies, multiple pay structures, and cost sharing and an interlocal agreement between the city and the county to provide this service. I feel like we've cleaned that up quite a bit. One thing to note, as we kind of start gelling and our calls for service increase, we're pushing nearly 200 calls per month, calls for service for this unit. And with that, we're really at a bare bones staffing level. So just to try to help with the budget, we didn't want to do some much needed expansions this fiscal year because of that. So we did kind of pare this down a little bit, and we dropped out some really key factors that I feel are much needed for this program to continue to meet the needs of our community. That being said, we're requesting $969,000. And some of the things that we're going to forego, at least in the immediate future, that are much needed is we need some facility space, whether that be a lease or building of a new structure or a new facility, or finding some other facility that's available for this unit. Our MST folks are doing a fantastic job, and they're working out of, cubbies and little offices and kind of bearing with us as we try to get this thing up and running. But we definitely need have some space needs for this program. We're also carving out some of our outreach support this fiscal year. And then some of our we tried to build in some more capacity for staffing and some middle management, try to assist our health and wellness coordinator just in with his workload. And then also we're really trying to capture data and capture what this unit is doing and able to accomplish. And we're lacking some administrative support just due to capacity here at the fire department. And so we were going to ask for an admin support / data specialist, and we have since dropped that out of this request as well. So that being said, this is the request. It's going to get us 7 days of coverage, 2 vans. We're going to expand services from 10 to 8 in the morning to 11 p.m. And again, this will just be basically maintaining the service that we're currently providing without the expansions that we were going to ask for. That being said, we're going to continue to look for grant opportunities. There is a great potential for revenue opportunity through Medicare, Medicaid at the state level. Hopefully that will be up and running maybe this year, maybe next calendar year, January. And we're looking at any and all revenue and grant opportunities to continue to build this program and make it sustainable. So with that kind of wraps up our mobile support team request. And if you can move to the next slide, please. Overtime hour increase, as we've seen throughout the last several years, last couple of years, primarily with COVID, we've seen a substantial increase in overtime with the fire department and our minimum staffing requirements. If an individual is unable to report to work due to a sickness or COVID symptoms, we have to hire on overtime to replace that individual to maintain our engines and stations to be in operation. And with the pandemic, not necessarily that it's wrong, we probably should have been doing this forever, but if you are symptomatic or you are sick, we don't want you reporting to work. That has caused an increase in our sick calls, and therefore we've had to hire more overtime to maintain that, which has come at an increased cost. The other thing that we're looking at as we've spoke to many of you before about our collision calls, our concurrent calls, or our ability just with our increased call volume, it's been more difficult for us to be able to train while on duty and get multiple engine companies together, because as we pull engines across town to get together to train, we're getting dispatched away from that. As we start a training, we're getting dispatched away from that. We're unable to successfully conduct our training while on shift. So this overtime increase would assist us in the ability to, for those few times a year when we need to get multiple engine companies together, we could hire an additional crew on overtime to cover calls to facilitate that training. So we're looking at $130,456 of overtime hour increases. And this will also track with, as we ask for an increase in overtime hours, as contractually our wages increase as we ask for this overtime hour increase, because if we hire on overtime and our contractual wages have increased, it's going to cost more money to bring them in on overtime. So we're trying to keep pace with that. We're trying to maintain our level of service, and we're trying to maintain our training requirements that we have to meet. And so that's what we're looking for with an overtime increase. Next slide, please. And with that, I will turn this over, and I'll see you guys again shortly. Here's Assistant Chief Keating.
Good morning. They don't make us all the same height at the fire department, so you're gonna have to adjust the camera. Can you, cost of living adjustment? So as we're all aware, the cost of supplies throughout everywhere. Cities, supermarkets have gone up. So this ask is a 3% increase over fiscal year 22. And what we're asking for is to be able to maintain our level of service and pay those costs. For example, medical gloves, which we go through cases and cases of medical gloves every year, it's increased 100% from 22 to 23. A gallon of oil has gone up 57%. So these are costs that we're going to incur and that we need to be able to cover. Next slide, please. So travel and training costs for the Maintenance and Fire Prevention Bureau. These are all mandated by NFPA 1033 and 1071. These costs provide existing training levels for our folks so we can send them to continue their certification process. And the Fire Prevention Bureau has to stay current on certifications for inspections and fire investigations. And the training division, which has 3 emergency vehicle technicians, are required to maintain those certifications as well. Slide, please. Rescue equipment. This request came from the rescue team, and this is a benefit for all of the operations personnel. The dry suits that we currently use for water rescue and ice water rescue, as you can see from both of these pictures, are utilized. These are the yellow and red suits. They've exceeded their lifespan and they're starting to leak, which isn't so bad on a day like today, but in the top picture, you can see that there's ice in the water. And when it's starting to leak through your suit, when you're in the water, it makes for a long day. So I think that's important that we recognize the need to improve and maintain the quality of our equipment for our personnel. Next slide, please. So with station security, we've identified that we've had 1 vehicle stolen at the fire station. One of our members was running his vehicle to warm it up before he got off shift, and that vehicle was stolen. It was eventually recovered, not in the same condition. We've had multiple break-ins in vehicles. We've had tow hitches stolen, and then we've noticed an increase in people trying to live on the city property behind the fire stations. We're just looking at improving the security around our stations. And this would also be a benefit for the public works if they could live stream those and see what the plowing needs are and road maintenance needs around the different facilities as we're located around the city. And the last one I have is a drone. So with the increase in technology, it's given us the opportunity to utilize drones in different venues. This drone that we're asking for today has thermal capabilities, which would be very beneficial. Just last week, we had a swift water rescue, and they used the drone, our current drone, but it does not have the capabilities of this drone. This drone has thermal capabilities, which would be very useful for river rescues and body recoveries. And then it also has speaker capabilities, so we could utilize that for mountain rescues and hazmat scene assessment. So as technology continues to increase, the needs and the uses for these different avenues is important. All I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? I have just a couple more, then I'll turn this back over to Chief Hughes to wrap us up. All right, Fire Station 4 HVAC. This is specifically for a rooftop HVAC unit that we have for our training facility at Station 4. We've been nursing this along for the last at least 5 to 10 years. It's 27 years old. It's past its life expectancy. It gives us, it breaks down quite often, and parts are very hard, if not impossible to find. So we've been able to nurse it along year by year, kind of it and doing some things of that nature. But Total replacement of that unit would cost $13,090 was the most recent estimate we had. And it's a much needed piece of equipment, not only for comfort in the room for air conditioning and heat, but also for energy efficiency and safety. Next slide, please. Vehicle, we're looking for a 1/4 ton 4x4 pickup for our maintenance division. When we were getting a third maintenance position for our maintenance division, we were neglecting that budget request to request a vehicle to come with that position. And so we were trying to make up for that now. What we did do is we were able to procure a 4x4 pickup free of charge through a surplus, which we were trying to obtain that pickup for our wildland program as we continue to send out resources in the wildland realm to generate revenue for the city and training and experience for our folks. We needed a pickup. That pickup that we procured through the surplus ended up being issued to the maintenance division because the lack of vehicles for that division. Therefore, if we need it for wildland, we're taking that pickup away from the maintenance division. And so if we were able to purchase a fire maintenance vehicle for that division, we could free up that surplus vehicle for our wildland program and get everything back to where it needs to be. We're looking at a 1/4 ton pickup, and we're asking for $40,000 to purchase a pickup, which would be issued to the maintenance division. In turn, would also give us a dedicated wildland 4x4 pickup for dispatch for our wildland program. Slide, please. And also with our wildland program, we have a tender here at the city that is past its life expectancy due to the nature of our municipal response. Primarily, it does go out on wildland dispatches, but it does not see a lot of hard use. So therefore, we have foregone replacing it the last couple of years, even though it is due for its replacement because it's in great shape. It's a useful piece of apparatus still, and it has low mileage on it, and it's in good shape. With that being said, because we haven't replaced it, our plan was to, when we replaced it, to purchase a tactical tender, which is, if a tender is basically a large water truck, carries several thousand gallons of water, and a tactical tender also carries several thousand gallons of water, but it also has some equipment on it that make it more useful as far as attacking a fire. So it has a hose reel on it, has a foam system, and has a hose stream attached to the top of it. So it's more multi-use. And it turns out that in the wildland realm, a tactical tender is more desired than just a regular water tender for most applications. So I'm requesting $18,000 to make improvements to our existing water tender in lieu of replacing it, to repair and rebuild the pump, and also add some tactical fire attack equipment to this piece of apparatus to make it more useful for our operations here in Missoula and also in the wildland urban interface setting. Includes mine. I'll turn this back over to Chief Hughes, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brad and Philip. I've got a great supporting cast behind me. Appreciate them chiming in, as I am not real keen on talking a lot. Next slide, please, Lisa. These budget requests are for a capital improvement program. And with that, first one would be our expansion. Like Brad mentioned, we do not have a real home base for our MST folks, and they are currently housed at headquarters here in a converted DPA closet, if you will. And so we're looking to build a facility on our Station 4 property that would house the MST and also provide 3 maintenance bays. So it'll be a dual purpose facility serving both those needs. Other portion of facilities expansion and upgrades, window replacement for Station 1 through the energy performance contract review. They did determine that our windows are archaic and leaky, and the energy consumption just based on those would it would provide a payback, but it isn't as good as what they projected for the costs on their side would be. to replace the windows versus what we went out and got bids for locally as a replacement and have a quicker payback if we had that work done internally. That's a $70,000 ask for the window replacement. Station 1's elevator has been on our radar for the last probably 8 budget cycles. It is incapacitated and does not work at Station 1. And I think we're probably to a point where we need to either determine through ADA the requirements of that unit and just check it off our list, or suck it up and spend the money and fix that elevator. Either way, it's going to come at a significant cost, and it's just going up year to year. Next slide, please, Lisa. And last but not least is our request for purchase of Station 6 property and the equipment that would be housed within that. This excludes personnel costs, but we feel that with the growth in the Mullen area and where this station would its future location would reside, we need to secure some property and carve that out for purposes of furthering the Station 6. I'd also let me revisit the ARU that we had proposed in our new budget request. That bridge to a Station 6 would look like 3 firefighters on an engine working a day shift schedule. And we've looked at Tuesday through Friday where our peak hours lie. And that would take the relief off, as I mentioned, those calls in districts 4 and 1 and provide for some opportunity to do multi-engine company training, not taking fire stations out of service, but utilizing this alternative response unit to respond in lieu of the dedicated engines within those districts. So it hits our ISO requirements for training, and it would also relieve our call volumes for those stations. I believe that wraps up the PowerPoint and would open the floor to any questions.
Thank you so much, Chief Hughes. I just want to say that was really clear and a huge amount of information in a short amount of time. But just for council, there's a lot of, this is a big department, and there's a lot of regular new requests for updating and maintenance and this kind of thing. But then there is a much bigger picture here. And I think you spoke to it well, Gordy, about we need to expand capacity. So the alternate response unit is a bridge to that ultimately Station 6. These are big, heavy lifts, and this is a super difficult budget year. So, you know, we're at where we're at this year, but these are the future discussions we're going to have and figure it out. And okay, so we'll go to some questions. We don't have a lot of time, so if councilors can keep it brief, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I'll preface this question by saying you have permission to follow up in an email. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on the response times and the need for expansion and how it relates to property insurance rates for citizens and businesses.
Sure. We haven't gotten our ISO report back. That was started in February. They should be wrapping that up here within the next month, I imagine. But with the ISO evaluation, they look at our response times and relative to location of the fire station, how far a city residence is from the nearest fire station equates to how much somebody will be paying within their insurance premiums. If we don't have coverage in portions of the city that is adequate, adequate meaning our response times are under the 6-minute response average, then they may look at increasing the ISO rating, which would translate to higher premium costs for businesses and persons owning properties in the city of Missoula. Does that cover that, Mike?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to kind of get that out there.
Yeah, so we're going to pay for this one way or the other. And I'd much rather would be constructive about it in the future, but it's a great point. Donna from Parks, I'm just going to let you know we're going to go for another 5 minutes or so with questions for fire. So we're going to start Parks a little bit late, but we'll take that out of our lunch if need be, just letting you know. Ms. Cheryl, next question.
Yeah, thanks. I know we're on a tight schedule here, so I do have some questions that I think I'll send separately, but with regard to the mobile support team, I love the stat you gave about what the dollar amount that has diverted from the hospital, that $2 million, however many visits it was. I think that's really important. And I'm curious, another thing that I want to highlight in this is that 67% of those calls were from our housed population and 33 was from unhoused. I think there is a perception out there that it is just that our unhoused neighbors using this. And I think that's just really important that we keep that in mind, and that crisis support goes through all sorts of demographics. So my question though, sorry, Gwen, is that do you have any numbers on the savings for police? I guess I can ask that a little later, but on police calls and response and how long they need to be at the scene and things like that?
I'll let Brad answer that question.
Amber, great question. I don't have those in front of me today, but absolutely, this MST, this crisis response, has been very beneficial and heavily involved with our law enforcement partnerships. And so the amount of time that they spend and the amount of time that law enforcement is freed up is significant. I can tell you that. And it's a huge workload reduction for law enforcement, more so than it is for fire and EMS, although it does spread across all agencies. What I can sure do as we continue to build more stats and data and information for this program, I know we have some of that currently. Unfortunately, the big data dive we did was during our pilot program, which since then we've expanded and we've done so much more, and we've served so many more clients, and we've done a lot more since then. So those are already kind of outdated. Again, that's why it's so important that that we get somebody, in my opinion, to dive into the data of this, not only just to improve the program, but to see how much money we're saving, see how much time we're saving, see how many people we're helping, and how many people we're diverting. So we're doing the best we can. John and Kathy and PHC staff have been working to try to get those numbers. I don't have them in front of me, but I'll see what John and company have, and I can kind of email them to you, Amber, to see what that looks like currently and what we've been able to compile so far.
That'd be great. Thank you. And Gwen, may I have a really quick, what I think is a simple follow-up?
Okay, we're going long, guys. Make it short.
Okay. When you're doing when you're talking about the increased hours and level of service, what hours are we serving now, and what is the plan for the hours of expansion?
Great question, Amber. So currently what we're doing is we have a minimum of one van available from 10 a.m. till 8 p.m. And currently we're doubling up. We have 2 vans available through several days throughout the middle of the week. What we're going to do, and more people, but we were able to do it with fewer people, but we're going to restructure some scheduling. We just kind of switched the schedule of our EMTs on an interesting kind of a 5-on 2-off scenario. But by doing that, we were able to expand our hours, even without going to the 5 EMTs like we were going to do. And our plan in the next few months is to have a van available from 8 a.m. in the morning until 11 p.m. at night. And that's what we're going to try to do. I call it an expansion of service, but we're kind of restructuring to try to give as much service as we can with the staffing we have without asking for additional FTEs and dollars at this point. So currently we're working 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Our goal is to go from that to 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. By this fall.
Great, thanks. Okay, we've got Stacy, Kristen, and Sandra. If you guys can just keep it to one question with no follow-ups, I'd appreciate it. Stacy.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Really quick, and Chief Hughes can follow up in an email, but in the first slide, you sort of at the very bottom showed the trajectory of call volume. And it's my understanding that the fire department hasn't really significantly added any FTEs outside of the additional maintenance person we added, I think, last year or possibly the year before. And I'd be curious if you could show kind of the correlation between the increase in call volume, the fact that the flat line pretty much for FTEs, and then as well as we have seen quite a bit of growth in our community. And so I think that that's an important data point to help illustrate the need for the ARU, and then how many FTEs it takes to staff a station, and how that is all interconnected. You can't just sort of piecemeal it together. It's kind of one big dump. But an email with that would be lovely.
I'll do that. And I know I shared a graph with yourself and President Jones that spoke to that. I will, I'd like to get in front of council at the next public safety health and follow up with this presentation and give you guys some more in-depth information.
Well, I'm the person to talk to about that. So let's get that scheduled.
Great, thank you. Okay, and Kristen.
Thank you. First, I just want to say I'm super excited about the growth of the MST and how you guys are creating it to really meet the needs of our community, and the data collection is awesome. Chief, I'm wondering if you can add to Amber's request, any idea how many jail diversions you guys have prevented? And I don't know if that's data you've been collecting, but that would be really interesting to see. My real question is I'm wondering if, and I don't mean to stir a pot or jump into anything, but I'm just wondering if the fire department has the mental health support they need, if they have enough funding to provide really good mental health support. Not that anybody was complaining when I did my ride along, but it's clear that you guys are under a lot of stress. And I'm just wondering if you need more and if there's anything we can do to help with that.
Great question, Kristen. I appreciate that. In fact, we are looking to expand our biannual physicals to include a mental health checkup with those, but I would rather not wait for a biannual and incorporate an annual check-in with a care provider for our folks. We do have the city's EAP program available to us, but on that level, for firefighters and PD, we do experience a lot different traumas than most folks within the city. And we need to have a cadre of professionals available to us that people are comfortable with seeing instead of a list of characters on a sheet of paper. So I would encourage, or I will speak to council on that at a future date as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Great topic. Appreciate that, Kristen. Okay, Sandra.
Thanks. On my ride along, I asked everybody I encountered if they could have one thing for the budget, what would it be? The majority of the answers were overtime, expansion. I saw both of those things. And then with maintenance, they were asking for a covered facility. Is that the MST facility with the additional apparatus space for the maintenance division, or is that something different?
No, you're absolutely right. That would be that combination facility at Station 4's site. And it would provide some more spillover for maintenance and also for dry storage for our growing equipment needs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Great questions, great presentation. It sounds like there's some follow-up issues, and I hope that we see this in public safety and health in the next few weeks to dive into it more. Thank you so much, Chief Hughes, and we will now turn to parks. I'm sorry, we're not going to take a break. If anybody needs a quick bathroom break, just, take it if you need it, but we're going to go straight into parks. We did take a few minutes out of parks, and Donna, if we need to make that up from lunch, we will. So we're covering a lot of ground this morning, warp speed here. So Donna, are you not seeing? Oh, there we go.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Again, Donna Gockler, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Ryan Applegate, our Superintendent of Business, will be providing you much of the slideshow, and we'll tag team any questions that you have. And so I'll try to move through this quickly. and go from there. So first of all, just a brief reminder, the City of Missoula's mission and vision. We feel like the Parks and Recreation Department plays a critical role in the vision, particularly in unparalleled recreation, cultural, entrepreneurial opportunities, as well as climate sustainability and resiliency. On to the next one, you'll see that the Park Board mission very much aligns with the City Council and Mayor's vision and mission statement, which is to provide places, programs, and services essential to our quality of life, reflecting community values and fostering a sense of place, develop and preserve infrastructure and lands critical to supporting a healthy community. The next slide, I wanted to share with you some of the key strategies that we will be addressing today. Organizational excellence. Our employees are our greatest resource, and unfortunately, it's been one of our greatest challenges over the past years to retain employees and to have a sufficient number of employees to meet the needs, the growing needs of our community, not only related to need for childcare, licensed or unlicensed, due to the large number of childcare facilities that have been lost through the pandemic, but also an incredible increase in time spent by employees on unauthorized camps and keeping parks safe and welcome to all residents, regardless of their housing status. And so we have moved into daily moving of unauthorized camps in a very polite manner. But again, we have Parks is a new place. Our employees are engaging in mental health first aid, working daily with police and fire and HOT teams. And so it is an additional strain. And because of that, you will see that we are behind on some of our routine maintenance, such as weed maintenance, beds, low use or primitive, less developed parks. We're well behind on all of those areas because we have to apply a level of triage to the work we're doing. The department plays an important role in economic health, ranging from everything from prevention, which response costs way more than prevention, institutionalization, response by EMS, and judicial systems. And so our efforts are there, as well as the ability for our community to retain its residents' satisfaction. Safety and wellness, big emphasis here, particularly with programs and safe places and inclusion, community design and livability, spending significant efforts working with CPDI, Public Works Mobility, MRA, and private development, as well as state and federal agencies on ensuring our residents in perpetuity have a great place to live, work, and play. And then environmental quality. For years, Parks has taken a strong lead on environmental health and thinking about planet as well as people and profit for years. And we are implementing that specifically through our ecosystem services and the climate strategic implementation work team. And finally, justice, equity, and diversity and inclusion is a lens through which all of the city is doing their work, and it has certainly changed the way we've been delivering recreation program services. So when you look at the Parks and Recreation Department, one of the things that I don't think is always obvious to folks is the breadth of work that we do. I generally refer to Parks and Recreation as maintaining most of the public infrastructure in the city if you cannot drive a huge truck on it, and if it does not run through a pipe. And so all of your green spaces, bridges, et cetera. And we also care for people, and we're unique in that our work goes all the way from very concept of design and envisioning what the community will look like guided through growth policy and other adopted plans, all the way to how is a human being in Missoula residing, whether that be they actually live in a park or they regularly visit a park. And we know that an individual's health and their likelihood of success has very much to do with what we're able to do as a city as it relates to social determinants of health, the physical environment, and other environmental and societal opportunities we can provide individuals who live here. There's also a huge climate component that reaches, it goes to, next slide, Ryan, goes to both adaptability.
Uh-oh. So, pardon my, there we go.
There you go. So climate adaptability, we do have researchers on staff who help us adapt to the ever-changing climate, the work we do on open space lands, and work very, very closely with Public Works, all utilities, in preserving the urban forest and in preserving wetlands, waterways. So air quality and water quality are front and center in our work as it relates to built to natural environment. The next slide, a little bit on the numbers from Parks and Recreation. There are 55 developed community, neighborhood, and pocket parks. Neighborhood parks are the core of the system, the backbone of the system. It's where residents most visit. So you often hear about the number of visitors at national parks, to state parks, and local parks overwhelm those numbers exponentially in visitations. We have 740 acres of developed parks, 42 playgrounds. I'll let you see for yourself most of the other numbers. There are 20 miles of primary and secondary commuter trails. Parks and Recreation plays a critical role in equity and in climate as it relates to the ability to use trails to actually commute to your work, your school, or your entertainment and recreation. Ecosystem Services has 5,000 acres of conservation lands and 30,000 trees so far inventoried, and we are about 70% complete. So we expect that number to grow significantly. We play a major role in snow removal in the winter, along with other city departments, and then recreation services with 2 aquatic facilities, field rentals, and the number of programs. So the impact to our local economy, especially if you talk to the tourism business folks, the downtown business, midtown business, you're going to hear a lot of news about what Parks and Recreation does for their businesses. And also, again, I'm going to go back to one of the main things that we feel we're able to do for our community is provide access to 9 to 10 hours a day of excellent care and opportunity for about 3,600 kids a day, which gets us to thousands of visits to all sorts of great facilities every day for kids throughout this park system. The aquatics facility, in addition, is a key component of that. And we'll talk a little bit more about our efforts around aquatics and how we have focused on the staple service that we provide, which is that open swim time that so many parents use so that their kids have something to do during the day rather than being home alone. So what are the changing trends and what are we doing to meet demand and plan for the future? Use continues to be high. Nothing has declined post-pandemic. That use is still there. It's still significant, and demand continues to be high. We are often sought after during the neighborhood grant process. It is not uncommon to receive multiple requests per day from residents for additional services. And again, going back to campers, over 300 campers a day. Planning for equity, safety, and livability is a huge challenge. There's often pushback that if we do these great things like have trees and boulevards and trails or green spaces where we have high density housing, that somehow that's a costly thing. But if you really think about it from a prevention standpoint, we are preventing a far worse situation. And so the question should always be, who are we impacting and how are we impacting them? And we believe that those green spaces are our respite, our relief, and our health, and especially our mental health. Inflation has affected Parks and Recreation like everybody else across the nation and globally. We too are experiencing those impacts, those delays on services, those increases in costs, unavailability of labor and contract labor. Employee retention and recruitment has been really difficult because it's very competitive, and we compete directly with other state, federal, county, and local businesses for the same types of employees in the service industry, lawn care industry, and similar positions. So we have expanded our recruitment, and we now employ numerous 14 and 15-year-olds. And then, of course, they're working with 18 to 20-year-olds. And we are trying to source retirees and bring them back to the workforce. But we are well behind in meeting our needs. And then redefining our work. Some folks working remote, lots of virtual meetings, and some of the challenges that presents of not being on site together. And then, of course, implementing awesome technology that helps us. Moving on,
Donna, can you see if can you make the screen a little bit bigger? I'm on a different computer today, so I'm not getting a true read on it, but someone emailed, yep, I think that's better. Is that better for people? Can you see that better?
And Ryan,
Okay.
if you hit view, that might help to pick full screen. Display options.
Just a second, I might move to our PowerPoint instead of the
View should do it.
May.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I'm doing my best here. But now we're looking at the wrong screen, I believe. So I'll need to switch.
You had your PowerPoint. We just need to get to full screen. Go ahead, hit view.
Yeah.
Right. So I believe when I hit on the PowerPoint, which I want to get to again, and hit my view and off PowerPoint, back to PowerPoint, and I believe that goes to full screen, but I think you're seeing the notes page. Is that correct?
We're seeing the upcoming.
Right. Yep. So you're seeing the notes page. I'm not exactly sure how to switch on that unless I
That's all right. I would
really quickly unshare my view and then pick the other monitor, which I can do pretty easily. If you guys are, that might help the thing.
Ryan, in the PDF, are you unable to click on view, display, full screen?
We'll do my, yep, a second, we're back here. Up to
Hit view on the very top.
Give, yep, view.
Yep.
Page display.
And go full screen.
Page 5. Large. Display thing. I don't see.
Go down, see full screen mode.
Yes, I do.
Please hit that.
Better?
That help, Gwen?
Thank you.
Yes, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for the delay.
Right, back
We
to
didn't
your
practice
get back
that
to your
part.
flow. All good.
So almost going to transfer this to Ryan, but thank you for making that request because Ryan's gets into the numbers, which will be harder to see. So what you're going to see is all of our requests are related to increasing equity and access to programs for families in need, along with providing direct services to residents in order to meet existing community needs. We're going to emphasize our need to address deferred maintenance. What we don't want to do is see a system or facility failure. And that could include anything from irrigation to a restroom, to a picnic shelter, to a playground, to a trailhead, to the urban forest, which is probably one of our greatest challenges. And it is silent because it's not obvious to folks. We feel there is an immense need to update the comprehensive master plan. We have not updated that since 2004. We updated the open space component of it in 2018, but not the park delivery service component since 2004. And our community has changed significantly. You also see a focus on employee recruitment and retention. Parks and Recreation has a number of seasonal employees. And the those seasonal jobs are sufficiently short in season that they do not meet the minimum needs of an employee to continue to work for the city of Missoula during existing housing and cost climate, and then keeping pace with development. And so the next slide, Ryan. Wanted to share with you, we work in 4 functional work teams, all under one roof, so to speak. We have projects and planning, which does everything from open space land acquisitions and projects to design, to renovation and cyclical maintenance design, works with active transportation, works with development. We have operations that again maintains most of the public lands that are owned by the city of Missoula. Recreation is that direct and indirect supported or enabled recreation program service delivery. We do provide facilities for a huge number of organizations and businesses in which they conduct their business, their nonprofit work right in our community and neighborhood parks. And then our business function, which supports all of these, as well as our elected and appointed officials. We have 54 year-round full-time positions, and there's 4 vacancies. And then we grow to 250 additional seasonal related positions. And one of our greatest challenges this year is that we have 30% vacancy in developed park maintenance, seasonal positions, and in cost recovery programming. So what that means when we do triage, we have to always focus on safety first, core delivery services, but it is not sustainable because we have many of our key lead supervisory staff in the field, actually lifeguarding, actually doing direct program service delivery. That means there's more strain on them, less ability to plan or evaluate or adapt programs. And it also means that the programs that we have to let go are those that are cost recovery in full or cost recovery plus. Again, not sustainable long-term because we use those programs to help subsidize equity components of the other programs that are absolute must for families, such as childcare. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan, and he's going to dive into the details with you. And I will, of course, be here to answer questions.
Thanks, Donna. In my kind of portion of the presentation, we're going to look at our budgets, which you see here, and our revenues and our expenses by our functional work teams and by categories. Then we'll kind of look at our functional work teams, highlights of 22, our challenges, and as we're looking to fiscal year 23 and go over some of the fiscal year 23 budget requests that are currently funded in the mayor's budget. Then we'll kind of look at those fiscal year 23 requests in a little more detail after we do the functional work team review, and then move on to our review of our CIP program, our capital improvement program. So Parks operates annually out of 4 operational funds now. There's a change from fiscal year 22 to 23, and that is that the Aquatics Enterprise Fund is now being absorbed by Park District Number 1. We will be tracking it the same way under all the same activities and under all the same revenue codes. But the Aquatics Fund consistently received contributions from Park District Number 1 and operates that way. And we felt it more responsible to move it to the Park District Number 1 budget. We also operate the voter approved Conservation Lands and Stewardship Fund, which has payroll in it and transfers supplies and purchase service expenses to Park District for spending authority. And then through a county and city partnership, we operate under the Fort Missoula Regional Park Operations Fund, and then a separate fee for service fund, the Fort Missoula Recreation, the Recreation Fund at Fort Missoula Regional Park. So it's kind of the main 4 operating budgets that we'll be touching on today. Our baseline operating revenue in fiscal year 23 is composed of about 78% city tax sources, about 20% fee for service, and And you can see the county grounds contract making up that additional 2%. I think there's a 1% difference in rounding errors there on the pie chart. But we park district related taxes, about 64% of ours. And then there's the conservation and stewardship mill levy portion and the health levy transfer to make up that tax support. And then our fee for service programs, including Fort Missoula Regional Park and our youth and adult programs in the green portion of the slide, and then our aquatics fees for service in the blue. That's what makes up kind of our large revenue picture and our annual operating. This does not include our capital improvement operating. We'll touch on that later in the slide. Our expenses by functional work team is right about 50%, a little under 50%, and that operations related. That includes developed park and trails and our ecosystem service functions of conservation lands and urban forestry. About 30%, around 29% in our recreation services, including our field rental program at Fort Missoula Regional Park and all of our special events out there, our aquatics admissions and registrations, and our youth and adult programming. And then about 20% in business and administration, and debt services is put into that category as well. So kind of by functional work team, that's where our expenses are going. And then this next slide is fiscal year 23 expenses by category. You can see we're a personal service, we're a direct delivery organization. We focus on that boots on the ground and providing services to residents. We're about 30% in supplies and services. And then there's a small annual capital outlay that helps us with our deferred maintenance, and we're looking to grow that. We're significantly behind on deferred maintenance, and so you'll see some efforts to address that through our fiscal year 23 budget requests. Kind of highlights of our 4 functional work teams. Business and administration, we are about providing full and equal access and opportunity to all the customers we serve. And we really also serve a lot of internal customers within the city and within the colleagues we work with within our department. We do our recreation guide, we do our communication and promotions, we do liaisons with payroll and HR, we do all of our public meeting engagement. Our 23 priorities is continue that customer service, help our team on IT front and move through this project blueprint to Office 365 and full Teams implementation, and then successfully manage both our operating budgets, our grant support for projects, and our capital projects. Challenges, I think we are 2 vacancies right now out of a team of 14 full-time and up to about 20 seasonally intermittent employees. So capacity, keeping up with that is a challenge in that recruitment and retention piece. Our projects and planning, helping us with the sustainable green infrastructure, promoting our human health and preserve our natural environment. We've been busy. It's a core team of about 4 full-time employees that work across our functional work teams as needs, but 3 landscape architects and a superintendent of systems and services kind of making up that core. We do have a vacancy in our open space lands manager program that really helps this program. But we, we'll talk a little bit about Westside Park and Waterworks Hill Trailhead, Karis Phase 1, Clark Fork River restoration, and then we're really proud of the FMRP sites designation that we recently received. I believe we're the largest community park to receive this sustainable designation. I believe in the country, could be the West. Donna may correct me on that, but in the country. Our priorities, really working with the development staff and our peer staff toward supporting Missoula growth policies, continuing and being a lead on that visioning and master planning efforts that we talked to, and continue with our current projects, which include cyclical maintenance, deferred maintenance, and looking forward as well, and preparing and assisting in code reform. Again, challenges capacity and that bidding environment, which we'll talk to a little bit in our capital program. Yeah, I will also mention on projects and planning, there is an unfunded request due to the budget for one additional planner for parks. You know, it's a need that we have in conjunction with our work and development, but it is not right now seeming physically capable of doing that for this year. Talk to our recreation programs. This includes aquatics, our youth and adult recreations, and our Fort Missoula Regional Park. Really tremendous growth in our scholarship and fee program, sliding fee program. I'll touch on that here. Our demand is exceeding our capacity. Donna talked about that with our seasonal employees and trying to get that balance right so we can continue to grow our programs. Our aquatics is really rebounding back to almost pre-pandemic numbers in our visits. We're struggling with our lessons program because we are needing to lifeguard, and employee retention there. So we feel we can build lessons more and provide more, and also some lesson providers within the city have not offered lessons this year. Fort Missoula Regional Park and our special event and rental programs is in diamond rentals, shelter rentals, rectangular field rentals is having a huge year. We'll look at that a little bit more detail, and we're exceeding cost recovery goals in all areas. A little bit on our growth and scholarship and sliding fee scale. We have over 350 scholarships awarded. You can see in the chart on the right that helped with 363 multiple aquatic passes, over almost 100 aquatic lessons, which are multiple lessons, and helping to assist get people into over 350 youth programs. We also have continued, we started our sliding fee program for after school and out of school programming. We've continued that with help originally from CARES and then ARPA. And that has reduced fees to amount about $40,000 per year in fiscal year 22, helped 7,000 program enrollment days. We have been able to build our fund balance, specifically in our scholarship fund, up to about 130 with the help with these reimbursements and some ongoing revenue sources, which equal about 30,000 a year. This year, there's a request in Park District number 1 to help offset that, and then also use some of the scholarship fund balance to help offset that as well. So going forward, we'll be looking at increasing ways to create ongoing revenue to help ensure this is a growing and sustainable program. We do have some fund balance in the scholarship fund and the Park District fund balance to help support this while we ramp that up. So you see that new one time, and we'll talk more about this request to support that program out of our Park District fund balance. One of our best and ongoing revenue sources is the license plate program. So this is a pitch of if you don't know about it, you can, when you're registering your vehicle, get license plates from Parks and Recreation. It's got great artwork on it, and we receive money that goes directly to support our scholarship programs. The city also contributes, the county contributes, and we also do roundup programs throughout the year to contribute to this program, and that gets us to about that 30,000 of ongoing revenue. So we look at our direct recreation services and youth and adult. This is kind of a 5-year trend line on net revenue on the right. And fiscal year 21, which is the orange, we had a significant CARES investment. This one, so it's a little bit of an outlier. It follows the same trend. You see a lot of revenue coming in during our summer registration period in late March, early April, and then kind of how we spend that money and how it nets out through the year. Our budgeted revenues exceeded by 28% of our budget. Our actual revenues did. We did incur more expenses, but by less proportionally. We did hit an 80% around direct service delivery cost recovery on a budget of around 72%. For fiscal year 23, we increased our baseline revenues by about 65,000 before any new requests to keep that 72% fee recovery. We felt we can do that with the fees that we're currently charging, and every year we look at projections of what it's going to cost us to run these programs and set fees accordingly. And then we do have, looking forward, some inflationary requests that are recovered from fees in fiscal year 23 for supplies and purchase services, and to use Park District fund balance to procure 2 vans for our recreation fleet. These are actually a approved 22 requests, and we didn't think we were going to get them in, but at just about a month ago, we were able to get those ordered. And so kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a 23 request, but as we were building the budget, we thought it would be a 23 request. For recreation services and aquatics, we are back up to that almost pre-pandemic numbers of unique visits and revenue. You can see our trend line, and this is the division or recreation program that was hardest hit by the pandemic. You can see 20 and 21 kind of significantly lower in net revenue, but now that 22 line starting to follow the pre-pandemic trajectory. So we're a little bit down in our projected revenues, but we're down by more in expenses. This kind of relates to that not having sufficient seasonal employees to help us walk the decks, and having our full-time staff needing to do that. And our expenses are low. We did hit above our budget recovery numbers, our fee recovery numbers. In fiscal year 23, we're looking at about the same budget to hit. So we're hoping to catch back up to pre-pandemic and increase our expense budget mostly on the personnel side. When we moved the aquatics budget to the Park District number 1, we did a net zero budget analysis. We were able to kind of reduce our supplies and purchase services by about 50,000 in that process of looking at our, and still accounting for inflation, move all of those kind of expense categories over to Park District, and then, overlay the new payroll figures over. And so the expenses still go up, but we're watching that closely. We have a 71% budgeted fee recovery in fiscal year 23. And similar to last year in our recreation program, where we are able to fund 2 new full-time positions via a combination of turning in intermittent FTEs, fee recovery, and some Park District support. We are looking to do that for fiscal year 23 for our aquatics program to give us that opportunity to succeed and have adequate staffing numbers to look towards the future. We'll talk a little bit more about this when we kind of dive into the details, but those are what we're looking at on aquatics. And then Fort Missoula Regional Park, we exceeded revenue by almost 40%. And we're doing that again. Expenses are low, but we don't have the employees out there to provide a sustainable program. So we have a 153 recovery on a budget of 107. This fee recovery budget is higher because it's mainly a special event and rental revenue program that we run out there, and site facilitation, which doesn't require that programmatic everyday kind of look that the recreation programs and the aquatic programs do. But we do have 2 requests funded by fees. One is for a site coordinator position based on turning in some intermittent salaries, and also the increase in fees to cover that position to help us with those night and weekend programs that we're having to have our our 2 full-time staff work many overtime hours to cover that. So that's not sustainable for us. And then also in conjunction with increased fees, we're requesting to move $25,000 a year to our operations fund out at Fort Missoula to help with increased level of service associated particularly with the rectangular fields, to get that the fields and keep those fields in the shape that our users are expecting and have agreed to increase their fees to cover. Develop parks, trails, and ecosystem services, recruitment and retention challenges, which we spoke on, maintaining level of service, deferred and cyclical maintenance, and inflationary pressures is kind of the story in this division. Develop parks and trails, highlight is working on our different ways to take care of our parks. Our turf working group recommendation and implementation. Our priorities are our staff recruitment. And I will say with Develop Parks and Trails, we onboarded a new superintendent, Lincoln Lake, who we're really excited to have on board, who was our manager. Our Develop Parks manager is now a superintendent. And now we're backfilling the manager position, and also, in a continuous hiring, and especially in those seasonal positions to help us maintain these parks. Our fiscal year 23 priorities are recruitment and training, ensuring availability and access to safe recreation and working environment, and maintaining our level of services. We do have a request in here, which we'll talk about, funding season extensions for 2 maintenance worker positions, which will allow for, we hope, increased recruitment and retention, particularly providing year-round health insurance for that seasonal extension. We think will be something necessary to help attract people to work in that capacity. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but it's recruitment and capacity. And Donna talked about some of the challenges with the unauthorized access and camping. And then our conservation lands management program, a lot of integrated land management, taking care of those trails, of those over 75 miles of trails and over 500 acres of conservation lands, and a lot of improving in our 23, improving access and protecting natural and cultural resources, and that cyclical maintenance and addressing maintenance backlog is a big challenge. And then providing that capacity to support program growth. Our other division in ecosystem services, the urban forestry, we hit on this, management over 30,000 trees, piloting the project Zero Wood Waste, and really involved in that subdivision development review as this time of rapid development is happening. Our 23 priorities, as always, is mitigate risk and really have those trees as a forefront of infrastructure in our climate action plan and our climate resiliency plan. So getting that tree pruning, getting removals to mitigate risk, and then also planting to look to the future for keeping Missoula the Garden City. Part of that is planting and establishing initial stock of the ball and burlap nursery. And as we're taking trees down, can we use those trees? Again, challenges in staffing and capacity, and then really challenges with getting all of the work associated with our urban forest with our current capacity. Look toward Park District #1 new requests in particular. That's again a theme of recruitment and retention, equity, direct service to residents, addressing our deferred maintenance and planning for the future. This is mayor's funded. We'll talk about first. The ongoing support, which does have a tax impact, is made up of 3 categories. The non-union wage increases for fiscal year 23, the non-union pay plan implementation, which is half-year implementation, makes up, about 200,000 of that, And then contractual and utility increases for fiscal year 23 increase is another a little over 100,000 for that, around $340,000 kind of contractual utility and employee retention and recruitment efforts. And then there's a lot of non-tax impacts, which we'll talk to, which we hit on the recreation fee for service recovery, 20,000 for supplies and purchase services. There's also a shelter program expense. We are exceeding our budget numbers in our shelter program. This would be to offset garbage and portalette services associated with that service we provide. Did not have in here, I do also want to, funded in the mayor's budget is the fee offset for the Fort Missoula Regional Park program as well. When we look more at Park District number 1, similar to last year, we do have a fund balance above target that we are looking to use to meet operational needs in fiscal year 23. We have a projected beginning fund balance of about 1.98 million. We have funded in the mayor's budget around 300,000 of requests related to safety and wellness, which I'll dive into, and around 560,000 related to community design and livability. That puts us at a projected ending fund balance of about 1.1 million. Our required fund balance target is about 800,000 or 7% of our annual operating. Looking at that a little bit more in detail, safety and wellness is really using that Park District fund balance to support maintenance worker extension for 2 positions. This will allow for full year benefits and a 2-month longer season and hopefully help with our recruitment and retention efforts. We are also looking in fiscal year 23 to administratively add potentially 2 more extensions through a change in of intermittent salaries to maintenance workers to help us reach what is now kind of our growing season and our service season and our operations division, which is larger. We talked about the 2 recreation program vehicles. We're also asking for a temporary marketing coordinator position. As our programs have grown, especially in all areas, both we kind of talk about it in our operations side as our public information officer duties, and then our recreation side as our marketing and communications duties. We haven't added resources to our communications team. It's a brilliant team of one who Becky Goodridge, who's amazing to work with and has been a lot, with the city for a number of years and uses a lot of our functional work teams to support her work. But we really are looking towards a more of a public information officer role and then a marketing and communication role. And this would help us develop that outreach, help us build potentially the scholarship program for ongoing revenue and really reach in our equity and access goals in our marketing side. Our programs and sliding fee scale support we talked about, and then the 2 aquatics program assistants. Now this would be funded through a change in of intermittent FTEs of about 1/3 of it. A potential increase in fees, which we may come back to council. I say potential because as we give ourselves the opportunity to grow our programs, as we've seen in fiscal year 19 and again in fiscal year 22, we have reached our budget numbers. And we really feel we need to give ourselves that opportunity to grow our programs and invest. But there is a potential as cost of doing business, as salary and wages increase, to find that balance of admission prices, fee prices, and what the kind of public support for it is. So that's something we'll be tracking and looking forward to. It is funded at a tune of 40,000, a little over 40,000, and on Park District fund balance this year. And so we're asking council to consider that, and it's in the budget as funded through Park District fund balance. Then our community design and livability, it's about our master planning, so 175 in our comprehensive planning, a GIS needs assessment in conjunction with our GIS department under the IT division, and then the continuing to to address our deferred maintenance needs. We'll talk a little bit about some of that use of Park District fund balance in 22 to address sport court needs. This is continued work on bathroom needs, and also some more work into increase our aquatic cyclical maintenance. We can talk a little bit more about that. Also, it is a hard budget year, and we have lots of needs, to maintain our level of service that won't be funded. This is a list of our requests that are not funded in the fiscal year 23 budget currently. We do a lot of work on right-of-ways and maintaining the sidewalks and street improvements. Specifically, new improvements at Russell and Orange Street have not been fully funded. The operations of Redfern, Montana Rail Link Park, and Jeffrey Parks have not been fully funded. And then commuter trail expansion network have not been fully funded. Heidi, I see you have a hand up, and I don't know if it's my role to answer questions, but I defer to Gwen.
I can wait till the end. I have a little list going.
Okay, so since
Great.
this is a longer presentation, I was going to wait till we got to some kind of a mid stopping point and see if there were questions on this first half. So Ryan, is there a good gap coming up that we could stop?
There is. We are about to enter into our capital improvement program portion. So kind of talk to the unfunded a little bit and then take a break if that is.
Let's do that.
Seems best.
That'd be great.
Great. Okay. I'd say in a lot of the unfunded new facilities requests here are associated with personnel. We did fund, council has funded some of the supplies and operating expenses for these, but it is, doing more, taking care of more with the same amount of people. So that is really what this unfunded is trying to get us to a significant or to an increase in some staffing. Level of service, we would like to add a maintenance tech for our irrigation programs. You saw we have over 70 and growing irrigation systems that we manage. We'd like to make more of a functional work team in our operations to help manage all of that. We talked about our seasonal extension for maintenance workers and maintenance tech assistant positions. We're asking to fund 2 seasonal extensions. I think we have a total of 20 maintenance workers, and the maintenance worker tech assistant, I think, is around 6 positions. Earth management and McCormick Park pilot, we are asking to fund a little bit of this request through fees from our Fort Missoula Regional Park Recreation Program, but that doesn't fund a new person to help run this program and also do turf management at our system-wide parks. That's what this full request is about. And then we are expecting to absorb approximately 65,000 inflationary related expenses. This has a 15,000 in urban forestry supplies and materials, and then looking at our developed parks general supplies and purchase services increase of about 8% for fiscal year 23. And so that's around 65,000 total that we'll be expecting to absorb in fiscal year 23. So just kind of wanted to point that out. I would like to talk a little bit about the conservation land and stewardship. There are 2 new requests associated with that. This was a voter approved fiscal year 18 for mill levy operating fund. We were successful in our initial implementation of our 3-year plan, and that has effectively doubled the program in all aspects and allowing us to meet current needs and current demand on the conservation lands program. Here's kind of a look at where our fund balance is at the end of 22, around 480,000. We're expected to grow that to about 640, still at that, almost 24% holdback. Some of our capital request was now getting rolled into debt service, and we have kind of already saved those funds to do that debt service. And we have 2 requests of half of a 10-month maintenance worker position in fiscal year 23. We were funded a little bit of this in 22. We want to fund half of that position in 23. It's a shared maintenance worker position between ecosystem service and urban forestry. And we also would like to expand our front country ranger trail contracts, and that would be out of the conservation and stewardship mill levy. This kind of is a good breaking point before we get into our CIP program. Thank you so much for your
Great.
time.
Let's take some questions. Heidi.
So I had a question on the 2 recreation vehicles. So if the 2 more were funded, and that would be in addition to the 2 vans that we just authorized, like, I don't know, that was like a month ago. Is that correct? So
That-
4 new vehicles in
is-
the last 2 years, or?
No, I'm sorry that's confusing. I was under the impression we were not going to be able to, when we put budget requests in May, we did not think we were going to get those procured. We got news from vehicle maintenance like, hey, we can procure those. So you'll see it in a new request this year. It is only 2 vans and they are under procurement. The reason we put it in a
So 2, not 4. Perfect.
Not
and
4,
then
just 2.
And then I had a question on the unfunded, I guess, the maintenance of the MDOT capital projects. So just so I know what we're talking about, those would be, for example, like is that like the median on Russell Street, and then like the Orange Street roundabout?
And Trailhead, yeah.
It is those facilities that are owned by MDOT, where the city requested some improvement that was beyond what MDT typically allows. And usually that would include anything ranging from pedestrian to landscaping to transit.
And by requesting that additional, I guess, level of service, we are then obligated to cover the cost of that maintenance.
That is how it works. And unfortunately, we've just not, as a city, been able to fund those. And so what Parks does is use existing budget and existing people to do more with less, which is why another reason we're falling behind on areas.
Got it. And then I have one more question, is that okay, Gwen? So my last question is kind of around the maybe like the shortfall of the maintenance workers. And I was wondering if it would be possible or appropriate, if maybe some capacity could be built through expanding the work creation program. Ivory's doing it this year and she's loving it. But I could see there being, a pool of 13, 14-year-old kids that, maybe aren't as social and would really love working in a greenhouse and planting flowers, not huge responsibilities, but definitely like job skills. Like I could see there being space for that.
The Teen Work Creation Program is incredibly successful. And I think those kids reap a ton of benefits, and so do citizens. We, however, would not want to replace the need for full employed, reasonably paid employees, because the goal with our Teen Work Creation Program is to mentor young people, prepare them for future lives as workers, employees, supervisors, and contributing members of society. And we, quite honestly, they can't operate a lot of the equipment. They can't use power tools. They can't use chemicals, even cleaning chemicals. So even though you might have your kids at home clean the toilets, we can't do that in the work environment. And so for those reasons, the best way to actually build the teen work program, which we'd love to do, is to fill those maintenance positions. I think our challenge with maintenance workers is we have several that are 7.25 months. That was created. That's historical. It was like that back in 1991 when I arrived on the scene in Missoula. And our climate has changed so significantly in the way that our residents use parks, that we really do have 9 and 10 month at least seasons for use of parks and trails. And by giving those additional months, once we get an employee to at least 9 months, they then would receive full health benefits. Which makes it a reasonable job to survive in Missoula's environment.
Thank you.
Great. Amber?
Yeah, thanks. I have to say, in a time where childcare, its availability and cost is such a huge issue, it's really nice to see you getting 300 campers per day. That's crazy. I just think of how many families that represents in our community and how critical that is for them being at work and being able to work. So that's just a comment. I'm always happy when I hear your numbers around that. I'm curious to hear more about the scholarship program. I saw the numbers, so my question isn't necessarily around that, but am I reading whatever the chart was that you had correctly? Is that mostly swim? Does most of the scholarship money go towards swim programs like swim lessons, or how is that distributed, I guess? And can you just talk about the program a little more? I'm even curious about, like, you know, if there are grants and matching funds anywhere for these type of programs. Just want to hear a bit more about that.
Sure, I think I can talk to that a little bit. I don't have the split right in front of me, but I can get that information between aquatics and programs. I have the number here. I think it's a little bit, almost 50-50 on kind of program and then aquatics programs and admissions in terms of that split of $60,000. And then in terms of the sliding fee program, you know, that has been growing and has been allowed. And the last we grew that as part of the pandemic through some grant support, initially through CARES and then through ARPA. Now that grant support's going away. That grant support has allowed us to build our fund balance. But right now, our annual kind of ongoing revenue is from the license plate, a city contribution, a county contribution, and our Roundup program and our Partners in Park program. So those are our current ongoing revenue sources. We're looking to expand, whether that's through private donations or grant donations. I haven't seen through the state DPHS this year availability of funds for our particular programming. It's not childcare, it is youth programming. And a lot of the state funds are specifically for those childcare services this year. We are continuing to look at it. There may be private foundation funds out there and other philanthropic funds, but that is part of needing to grow that annual revenue to support this program because it is in high need. It is being used. We've seen 145% increase in it. Luckily, we have a fund balance right now to operate a little bit, but that's not a sustainable source. And so that is somewhere we need to spend resources to get sustainable revenue sources. Hope that answers the question.
Great, thank you. Okay, Kristen.
Thank you. I was just curious, you showed a position, I think it was the marketing coordinator or marketing director position, and it's temporary. And I'm wondering why it's a temporary position, just because it kind of seems like a critical piece.
We would like it to be an ongoing position, but with the city's current budget situation, we feel it's important enough to use reserve fund. One thing we know, just like in a business, with some of our programs that are revenue recovery or revenue recovery plus, we know that by marketing those programs that they would generate more revenue. And we also feel like there's some lost opportunity from our department by not having sufficient number of people chasing grant dollars and donations, because they're certainly out there. We have a number of philanthropic community members who I think are interested in helping, but we are rather buried, if you will, in the number of other things that have to take precedent.
Great, thank you. Good question. Okay, back to the presentation, and we've got 20 plus. We can take more time if we need it, but I'm assuming we're kind of in the last phase of the presentation. So back to you guys.
Yes, yeah, great. And this is our 5-year capital improvement program. It's focused a lot this year on continuing our current projects in this current project and bidding environment. You know, we have current projects needing to reach completion or needing to get started, and continuing to build shovel-ready projects so that we are ready for when funding comes. Continue to plan for the future and leverage all available funds. These are our prior approved projects in our 5-year capital program, constitute about $13 million in improvements. The slide on the right shows that budget of 13 million, how many dollars we have under contract out of that available budget, and then actual expended to date. So we have about a half of that actually under contract, and about 60 to 70% of those contracts starting to get filled, mainly West Side Park, Karis Phase 1, and some other projects. The slide on the right kind of shows where that 13 million comes from. The largest portion is grants and private donations, making about 33% of that. Open space bonds are contributing about 26% right now. Park District Limited Revenue Bond, 30%. Public Works and BARSA funding, particularly with Waterworks Hill, Rattlesnake Dam, make about 4%, and then impact fees about 7%. It's kind of where those funding sources are. And then it's kind of just, we kind of look at our CIPs and 4 or 5 major one is cyclical maintenance, neighborhood and community parks, open space, conservation lands, acquisitions. And so I'll go kind of through those of what that 13 million project by project. Our Northside Ped Bridge currently is funded through Park District Number 1 back limited revenue bonds. It's got an $885,000 approved budget. The condition of the bridge is currently under assessment, and we project needing additional funds to help with challenges associated with the bridge towers, and we're working with our consultants to get those and expect to come back with a budget amendment when we have actual numbers in fiscal year 23 to get a fully funded project going for that facility, critical equity and transportation facility. Our tennis court replacements at 1.3, again in that limited revenue bond. We're in negotiations for bid award right now. We're hoping to get that done in 22, but it's moving to a 23, 24 project likely. We have 2 grants, around 60,000 each, in pavement preservations, which we are moving forward with. I believe we're just got under contract in one of them. We're going to use Park District fund balance sources to do sport courts. That was a fiscal year 22 approval. And it was already accounted for in the fund balance projections of Park District, so it's taken out of that and applied to capital. But we're looking to rebid that soon, and we're hopeful we'll get awards on that. This year we'll also be looking at restroom repairs on Park District fund balance, and aquatics 50-meter pool liner will be redone this fall, and that's under contract. In our open space conservation lands, trail and urban forestry, top lines are Rattlesnake Dam Phase 1 substantially complete. We'll be hopefully submitting the last reimbursement request out of the grant, the federal grant with TU soon. The Clark Fork restoration, as we're continuing on planning and designing, and we're hopeful and close to a federal award, which we'll talk a little bit about more at Karis Park, to redesign the access at Brennan's Wave as an all accessible access. Our Waterworks Hill is opening in early August. Really excited about that. We have spent some 2018 open space bond monies for the acquisition of Mount Deanstone, and then are working towards urban reforestation goals using open space bond funds, and we just recently received what they call SUFFER grant from the DNRC, I believe, in conjunction with 3 other cities in Montana, about $70,000. Neighborhood and community parks. A lot of this is associated with master planning and implementations for various park. I do want to talk about ongoing work at West Side, which we're getting close to, which was incredible partnerships with grants and North Missoula Community Development Corporation and an LWCF grant and private donations and some bond financing and impact fees to put together a wonderful project there. And on the budget side, Caras Park Phase 1 substantially complete and finishing paying the last bills there. And then we're looking towards Bonner Bandshell ADA improvements this year as well. And then in 23, this is kind of our look moving forward and what's on our new request for CIP 23. Aquatics in association with, one thing as we moved the aquatics fund to Park District, we were able to and will continue to separate a activity specifically for cyclical maintenance, similar to what we do at Fort Missoula Regional Park. That activity has an ongoing source of funding of about $60,000 for fiscal year 23. We do have an ask to enhance that by $53,000, and we have some small impact fees to get the work done associated with what we see here. We have cyclical maintenance coming up at Currents. Currents annual shutdown is planned for August 4th to start on August 14th through September 1st. There's a number of items just for cyclical maintenance that we do. We are looking towards hopeful being under contract with energy performance contract, which will really kind of change the way chlorine is procured. There will be some projects with on-site chlorine to help us, limit costs, and this is kind of a citywide effort with paying for projects over a 20-year based on energy savings. I believe council is familiar with that. And then we're going to use some impact fees to look at best options for future upgrades and improvements, and what we need to do to keep our programs fresh, our facilities well maintained and inviting, and building into the future. We'll continue Downtown Lions master planning efforts and feature development. This was funded through impact fees in conjunction with MRA, looking at the best options for White Pine Park relocation as that project develops. Some neighborhood grant to do some initial survey work at Necpada. So working with the neighborhood council there to get some master site planning done at Necpada, and then continue with North Riverside Park and Trail. This is specifically under the Bear Tracks Bridge activation of that area as Bear Tracks Bridge is finishing up, and in partnership with Missoula Downtown Foundation, we're requesting an increase park limited revenue bonds by about $250,000 with a expected similar contribution through the Downtown Association and their member groups to get that activation done once Bear Tracks Bridge is complete. And then on fiscal year 23 new CIPs and open space, we talked a little bit about the Caras Park River Access. This is again in partnership with Missoula Downtown Foundation and an America Rescue Plan Act competitive grant award for regional tourism development administered through the Economic Development Association. It's around a $1.2 million grant award, and this would be to design and construct accessible river access at Caras Park at Brennan's Wave. So we're excited and hopeful to bring that back to council in the near future. Then Rattlesnake Dam Phase 2 is continuation of some existing funds that will come over after Rattlesnake Dam Phase 1 is complete, and additional open space funds to work on interpretive kiosk and development of trail and trailhead off of Duncan Drive. A planning effort starting at Flynn Mountain Ditch. This is in conjunction with MRA and Public Works and multiple partners. So to look at kind of this half mile of urban and severely impacted section of the Clark Fork River around just a little bit downstream and upstream from where the Flynn Lowney ditch comes in. So we'll be embarking on that effort in fiscal year 23. We'll also have potential for trail widening and development of river access points in conjunction as development happens downtown. And so this is a CIP recognizing that development specifically from the university to, around the Currents area, McCormick Park area on the Milwaukee Trail of potential widening and river access in association with development. And then we'll be continuing to do our conservation and trailhead land upgrades funded through mostly open space bond sources. Hand it back to Donna here and for our summary.
So in closing, we just, again, our efforts are really focused on direct service delivery, meeting families' needs, employers and employees' needs, ensuring that facilities are safe. It's a little bit different when you talk about a human scale and what it's like for a child or an individual with a disability to use a system directly as opposed to through a windshield. And so there is a different level of safety and maintenance that is absolutely necessary. Again, huge emphasis on employees. They really are our greatest resource. We can't do the work without them, and expanding their seasons and making some of the jobs realistic for cost of living in Missoula would help us retain our staff and get us back into more revenue recovery and revenue recovery plus projects. I can't say enough about the importance of planning for our future and not being short-sighted, because those who came here before us were thoughtful about our important green spaces, riverways, and et cetera. So I want to make sure that we do the same for those who follow us. And then, of course, all of this work is always going to be through the lens of, organizational excellence, equity, and climate action. So with that, we concludes our presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, lots of amazing information. Let's go to questions. Kristen.
Thanks. I just have a comment, and that is, Donna, you have been so awesome to work with when we get all of the really different questions from stakeholders. I just wanted to say, I know you're super busy and you are really quick to turn around and provide us with really good information. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Yep, I think we all echo what Kristen just said. It's Donna's an amazing department head. Sandra.
Thanks. I also wanted to echo what Kristen just said. We have been receiving a lot of weird questions for each different department. And then that recent one with the Splash Montana, I really appreciate you getting back to us. I did have an additional comment on that part, though. I guess with it being in the two different sessions, it was, I kind of have had an issue with that too, because it was me and my 1-year-old and my friend and her 1-year-old. And we had all of our stuff out on the lawn and we got there at 11 and then we had to pack up before we wanted to, because it would have spent us 30 minutes to leave and pack up all of our stuff and then go wait out line and then pay the additional fee to get back in. We would have gladly paid, but they wouldn't let us just leave our stuff on the lawn. So we're like, well, if we're packing up all of our stuff, we might as well just go. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, we absolutely appreciate the feedback. It's a considerable challenge to meet all the different expectations and requests. And so at the end of each year, we do evaluate and review programs as quickly as we can after the end of a season or even during a season. We try not to make immediate change too frequently, because that really confuses not only the population who visits us, but also our employees. But thank you for the feedback. We did go to 2 sessions, just so the rest of council and those listening know why. We received an immense amount of appreciation for the smaller bather loads. And right now with our, we are definitely safe at the pool, so I don't want anybody to hear me incorrectly. but we are just at staffing levels that we need to retain that safety. And so this also gives them a break. It's very possible we'll be able to go back to other systems based on comments. And that would be past system of once you come in at 11, you stay to 7. So thank you for the feedback. We appreciate it.
And thank you for all your help with this. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for the clarification there, Donna. John.
Yes, I had a question about the August 14th on Currents. There was an annual shutdown. Is that one of the better times to do that when there's less people going there?
It is, John, and you wouldn't think so, being in August and summer and all, but the reason we closed down at the end of August is we still have Splash open. So everybody who typically uses their pass at Currents can then go to Splash and no change in cost. They just transfer over. The other reason is interesting, after the fair and before school, our community is in this sort of transition flux where we really see less use of facilities other than the child, people who need the childcare components of it or are really pretty avid fitness folks. And so we feel we're able to achieve that. This year we are open, or I'm sorry, we're closed for close down a little bit longer because we have some infrastructure work that we need to do that requires specialized contractors and stuff. And so we need a little bit more time to make sure that work gets done. It's what keeps the pool operating efficiently and meeting all the sanitation and other requirements. But yeah, crazy as it sounds, that is the best time.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions from council? Donna and Ryan, thank you for a great presentation. Parks is, you guys just accomplished so much in Missoula, and there's always appetite for more. I just was going to tell you that I've been reading the biography of Robert Moses, who built a lot of the parks in New York State and New York City, and it's given me a whole new appreciation for how much Donna has accomplished in Missoula. She has truly led the charge in terms of
Not
having
at
a
all possible
fantastic
without council.
parks.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
It's not at all possible without a supportive city council and a supportive community. So thank you.
Great. Well, you do so much. All righty. And the value during the pandemic of our parks only increased all the more. I think people had a greater appreciation and much higher use, of course, during the pandemic. And I think we're going to maintain at this point because that appetite is not going away. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So thank you, Donna and Ryan. We are going to take a 30-minute recess, and we are back in session at 12:40 for our CPDI presentation with Aaron Pehan. So, all right, everyone, if you can just go have your cameras go dark and mute yourself, and we'll be back at 12:40.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, Gwen, what is that?
It's a smoothie. I make
With a
it and then
spoon.
I put it in the freezer when I get down to council chambers, and then I have to go get it out of the freezer to thaw so that I can hack away at it during lunch.
Oh, so you make it and you have to time it out right.
There's a lot to that,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, it didn't
But,
look real simple. I just made
and
a quick
it's
peanut butter jelly sandwich, so that was.
it's a little messy. I have to constantly like wipe myself up here. It's kind of messy. All good. How are we on time? Looks like we're at 12:40.
I think we're there.
I think we are there. All righty, Lisa, let me know when you are ready to go.
We are all ready to go.
Okay, great. Okay, I will call us back into order. We are going to have a presentation from our CPDI department, Community Planning, Development, and Innovation. And we've got, gosh, an hour, and then we will be done with budget and finance for today. So to you, Erin, good to see you. And we're looking forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us today. We are excited to present to you on some of our accomplishments in fiscal year 22, some of the things that we are excited about in looking ahead to fiscal year 23, and then talk through some of the budget enhancements that our department has requested this year. I have with me today our Business and Finance Manager, Kirsten Hands, and our Deputy Director of Community Development, Montana James, and we're going to be passing back and forth to each other and all available at the conclusion to answer any questions that you all might have. So I think we are ready for the presentation. Thank you, Kirsten. So lastly, too, we'll review the new funding requests in relation to the city's key priorities in fiscal year 23 strategic plan as well. It's a portion we left out. So I want to start today by talking about our mission in CPDI, because in our department, everything we do ties back to our mission and to the broader mission, vision, and goals of the city of Missoula. Whether we're completing a building inspection, working on a historic preservation registry listing, or responding to a code compliance violation, we do it in an effort to promote equitable growth and a resilient and sustainable community. This either comes through the creation of innovative programs, policies, and planning in our community development division, or through the efficient and responsive application of code and the delivery of services in our development services division, and more often than not, a combination of both throughout our entire department. Slide. So as you all know, CPDI is still a relatively new department within the city of Missoula, created through the realignment of services across departments that focus on growth in our community. More specifically, this was the result of the merger of the Office of Housing and Community Development and Development Services about a year and a half ago. In that time, we've worked to build a strong leadership team that oversees and guides our work in the areas of land use and development, building, community planning and community development, housing and houseless issues, and our own departmental organizational excellence goals in our business and finance operations. The realignment and merger has resulted in a really strong mission-driven department that has the capacity to tackle some of the most complex issues facing our community and our city today. Our department's strength lies in every single member of our team, but I just wanted to highlight our leadership team because they have done incredible work in the last year to solidify our new department's culture and management philosophy, which is really grounded in servant leadership, or the commitment to focus on the needs and the growth of our entire team. As you'll see, this philosophy not only serves our team, but serves the entire community through better recruitment, retention, and outcomes. Slide. So while this slide is much too small for anyone to effectively see, we still wanted to introduce you to our full team in CPDI, where our strength lies. We currently have 64 team members across both our divisions, Development Services and Community Development, supported by our administration, business and finance and engagement efforts, which are right there in the center. We've worked really hard over the last year to fill vacancies and build capacity. Building capacity has included the addition of a permits coordinator position to help bundle and process and release those thousands of permits that we've been issuing this year, in addition to a community engagement specialist who joined our team specifically to support our code reform efforts, but also to help us create a broader engagement framework that is going to change the way that we interact with our community on key issues that matter to them. At this time, we are fully staffed in our community and our land use planning teams, some of the most competitive positions in the market today, with our last land use planner joining us this August. We are also conducting interviews and recruiting for some positions in our Houseless Initiatives program to support the authorized campsite and some of the programs tied to Operation Shelter. With those final hires, our team will be complete. This capacity building also included 10 internal promotions, up from 6 in 2021. And I like to highlight this because I think it really drives home our commitment to creating strong career paths across our teams and across our functions, which is a key effort in our recruitment efforts. Our supervisors and managers work really hard throughout the year to understand the professional goals and the training needs of each individual team member, so we can provide them opportunities that are in alignment with their career goals. CPDI was also one of the first departments in the city to adopt formal career ladders, which formalizes those career paths and helps people see a clear place for themselves within the city of Missoula, growing in their career. And we currently have formal career ladders for our permits coordinators, for our grants administrators, and for our program specialists. And with that, I am going to turn it over to our business and finance manager, Kirsten Hands, and she's going to talk to us about our FY23 revenue projections.
Good afternoon, Council. This slide shows the CPDI revenue sources by percentage of total revenue. The projections look at past revenues and takes into account new requests for FY23. So in FY23, CPDI will receive the greatest percentage of its revenues, 40% from taxes, at $5,151,530. This does not represent an increase in actual dollars, but rather this increase in percentage over last year is due to a decrease in our projected budget for grants and contributions, most notably a decrease in city contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as well as the transfer of our community planning activity budgets from a special fund into our general fund, which in essence shows an increase in general fund expenditures there, but it's offset by planning mills we receive through an intergovernment transfer from the county. So I hope that doesn't sound too complicated, but just a way to explain why taxes appear to create a larger proportion of our budget this next year. In FY23, grants and contributions will make up 27% of our budget at $3,515,455. This includes the decrease in city contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as well as a reduction in federal grant funds that pass through our department to fund work in the community as we see one-time stimulus funding from the CARES Act and ARPA expire. The next largest revenue category is licenses and permit fees, projected at $3,400,163, a 9% projected increase from FY22. These include building permits and business licensing, among other types of licenses and permits. CPDA also receives a smaller portion of revenue from intergovernment transfers, for example, the planning mills from Missoula County I mentioned previously. Intergovernment transfers are projected at $819,177 next year. It's an 18% increase over FY22. The last category for our revenue are charges for services, which is projected at $172,713 for FY23. And these charges for services include most of our land use review fees. Thank you. I'm going to pass it back to Erin.
Thanks, Kirsten. So now we're going to switch gears and talk about our accomplishments and what we have in store for fiscal year 23 in our Development Services Division, which encompasses land use and planning, building and inspection, and our code compliance teams. In our Development Services Division, we track and report homes permitted on a monthly basis through our monthly development report. And Kirsten has spent a great deal of time improving that report, both in terms of its visual representation and the way we track some of those stats. You can find these reports directly linked to our website. These monthly reports allow us to develop different reporting numbers based on a calendar year, which is important and which we provide to the Missoula Organization of Realtors and others for the annual State of Housing report, or it allows us to draft reports and numbers based on a fiscal year, which helps us track those in alignment with the city's budget process. So I bring this up because back in March, we presented you calendar year numbers as part of our mid-year budget report. And in those calendar year numbers, we had total residential units permitted of nearly 1,400. Looking at this fiscal year report, we see those numbers shift a little. Some of those numbers shift back into 2021 fiscal year, which would be 2022 calendar year. And the reason why we provided you this representation is we wanted to give you up-to-date information that captured the last 6 months and also show some trending that I think is less obvious when we look at those calendar year numbers. And that trend being that we are moving year by year very strong in both our permits for multifamily and our overall permit numbers for the city. You'll remember that 2021 was a big year for us, especially in permitting of multifamily rental homes. And again, that trend remains strong moving into FY 2023. But we know we still have room to grow and focus on our single family permit numbers, which we're not seeing as much increase in as we'd like. Slide. Our building permit review also highlights this trend that across all permit categories, we saw a 19% increase in permit revenue associated with permitting and licensing functions. And so we're seeing more permit types come in, and we're seeing that revenue grow along with that trend as well. Slide. So looking back at our accomplishments in the last fiscal year, again, noting we haven't seen as much of a meaningful increase in permit issuance of single family homes, but we have seen activity that is leading to the creation of a strong pipeline, and we hope to see those numbers jumping in the future. That activity, coupled with our current development review queue, things that we already have and we're already processing and reviewing, shows a really strong pipeline for all types of homes, but notably single family homes. In fiscal year 22, we reviewed and approved new subdivision phases that are going to support 985 future homes in our community, the majority of which are single family. A lot of that subdivision activity did happen in the new Setuckane area, but a lot of it happened across the community as well, in the South Hills area, in Lower Miller Creek. And so we're seeing a good disbursement of homes throughout different neighborhoods in our community. Our team also reviewed and presented the Expo Parkway rezone for approval, which will now result in up to 700 multifamily rental homes in our community. In addition to our development activity, we successfully amended Title 20 to incorporate recreational cannabis regulations, and we're working towards Title 5 amendments that will start to address our concerns around energy usage and climate action in alignment with the city's adopted and stated goals in that area. We also just did really good business, day-to-day business, and completing over 12,000 inspections by our building team, supporting new growth and ensuring community safety, responding to, investigating, and closing over 700 code compliance complaints, That one in particular is a heroic feat. We have 3 code compliance officers, our supervisor, Charmel Owens, Michelle Oberhofer, and Long Mua, who support that work across the entire city. They address code compliance complaints that touch the police department, parks, the fire department, our department, public works and engineering. And so really it's a tremendous amount of work that they complete. We also received a Community Champion Award from the Association of Montana Floodplain Managers for getting our floodplain program back on track. We're currently in the process of a floodplain audit, which is an extensive amount of work, and our efforts there are really bearing fruit. And lastly, we updated applications and checklists for a variety of development review processes and initiated resubmittal fees with the aim of improving application quality and review efficiency. Our goal is we can work directly with the development community to get more complete and more accurate applications. So our staff have to touch those applications once through the review process, and we're not going back to them time and time and time again, which will save everyone more time. It will help us review faster for the development community, and it will allow our staff time to be used more efficiently and more wisely internally as well. So looking forward, our focus in fiscal year 23 touches on quite a few things in our development services division. These come in the form of key focus areas, including making significant progress and finding some early wins through comprehensive code reform. We're really starting to think about how we can bring some midterm deliverables to council and also set the process up to make sure that at the end of the day, that we deliver a comprehensive code that carries the voices of Missoulians and that helps us move the needle on our goals set in a variety of areas, housing, climate action being two key ones there. We're also focusing on fast tracking software and system improvement upgrades, primarily in our Acela-based system, which touches nearly every building permit and a lot of our land use activity to make it more user-friendly for the community and more efficient for our staff. And lastly, working to improve project tracking protocols, again, in the vein of efficiency, trying to work smarter, not harder. We have quite a few exciting developments in terms of the private development projects that will come before council in the next year and that our staff are already working on today. These include continuing to support and review ongoing annexation, subdivision, and form-based code projects in the new Setupking area, supporting the Scott Street redevelopment, moving this public-private partnership forward, and processing and reviewing the dramatic uptick in subdivision activity, which, as you can see, is already happening by creating more homes of all types for Missoulians. Our development application queue shows a strong pipeline for all of those home types, but most notably, again, single-family homes. As of July, our land use planning team is working through 23 subdivision preliminary plat applications, the most our department has ever seen in any fiscal year. We're working through 3 Board of Adjustment applications and 4 Design Review Board applications, 18 applications for annexation, rezone, conditional use, or public forum, and 24 subdivision exemption applications. In addition, we have several projects, one that I can think of off the top of my mind that is working on infrastructure improvements ahead of submitting for building permits for up to 300 townhomes and multifamily rental homes late this summer, early this fall. These are projects that are allowed by right, and so may not necessarily come across council's desk, but are projects we know of that will be coming in for building permits, and we're including in that calculation. So, and as a quick aside, I just wanted to note that throughout the presentation, you'll notice the work of our planning team falls within development services accomplishments and look ahead, as well as our community development team. And this is because their work really flows between both of our divisions as our macro level planning team. And it includes the work regarding code reform that I discussed, but also the work around historic preservation in our office of neighborhoods, which Montana will talk a little bit about next. So with that, I'll turn it over to Montana James to walk us through our accomplishments and our look ahead in our community development division.
Thanks, Erin. So, excuse me, as Erin said, our community development team includes a wide range of policy and program work. We include the community planning team that Erin just discussed that manages our growth policy and long-range planning, our housing policy and programs team, our houseless strategy and programs team, brownfields redevelopment and other federal grant programs, as well as the city's climate action team. Next slide. In fiscal year 22, we tackled a number of projects really focused on community resilience, housing opportunity and support, and community engagement and livability. We kicked off the comprehensive code reform project with a week of meetings and planning conversations with the consultant team guiding us through that process. We also completed a state law update to the city's subdivision regulations. We resumed neighborhood leadership team meetings and community general meetings through the Office of Neighborhoods for the first time really since the start of the pandemic. And we also saw increased attendance at the Historic Preservation Month events in May. Next. Our teams working on housing grants and housing policy quickly and effectively administered an additional $705,000 in federal funds over the fiscal year to support housing response and recovery from COVID, on top of their annual over $900,000 in HUD funds and Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars. We engaged with 185 residents impacted by housing, and 5 organizations working in that realm to discuss the issue of housing displacement and formulate policy recommendations and establish a statewide partnership with other communities working on this topic. We secured a new grant through the state of Montana to support the creation of resident-owned communities in Missoula County in partnership with NeighborWorks Montana. And we completed a landscape assessment of short-term rentals in the community and added software capacity for ongoing monitoring of that issue, which you'll hear about later this afternoon in another committee. Go to the next. We also worked to complete a feasibility study that provided a foundation for a new affordable housing incentives program that really dug into details around what types of incentives should align with what level of affordability and ways to engage the development community in construction of affordable dedicated income restricted homes. Our houseless programs team kicked off a Built for Zero cohort, which is a national model to support communities in achieving what's called functional zero for houselessness. Which essentially means that the number of folks in the community falling into houselessness is matched with the resources available so that the experience of houselessness is brief and rare. And we also launched Operation Safe Shelter in the last fiscal year by expanding wraparound services for folks who are unhoused, completing a successful emergency winter shelter season where we saw no deaths from exposure, and opened the new authorized campsite to provide a more robust shelter spectrum and more effectively respond to the needs of our unhoused neighbors. In fiscal year 22, our climate action staff completed both the municipal and community greenhouse gas emissions inventories, which are used both internally and by a range of community partners to set and adapt programs and strategies to help us make progress towards our goals to reach carbon neutrality as a city and as a community. That team also played a leadership role in creating the city's climate action strategic implementation work team, which is the first in a series of working teams initiated by the city to improve cross-department collaboration, really to reach the city's strategic plan goals. And finally, the climate action team worked really hard this past year to cultivate relationships with local developers to support more sustainable building practices as the community continues to grow, and explored kind of what partnerships and relationships might look like with the rest of our housing program staff as well in that realm. The Community Development Division works with a number of grant funding sources that Kirsten referenced in the revenue slide. And these sources support housing, economic development, environmental cleanup, climate action, among a number of other things community-wide each year. And our team really supports the distribution, progress tracking, monitoring, as well as compliance of those various funding sources. And in fiscal year 22, the total amount of grant funds was about $5.5 million. And a large proportion of those funds went towards supporting emergency shelter and emergency housing and long-term housing across the community, amongst a number of other categories. We also support teams across the city and the community in identifying and evaluating federal grant opportunities, and in the development of applications, administration plans, and compliance. And as you all know, over the last few years, the number of those federal opportunities and the pace has been really high with the fiscal recovery funds. So that's been a really important element of our work. And for every local dollar spent in the community through our programs in this past fiscal year, we brought in $1.77 in matching federal funds. So as we shift forward to look at the next fiscal year, we have some really ambitious and important areas of focus. We plan to make significant progress and find some early wins through the Comprehensive Code Reform Project. We will complete the evaluation of Reaching Home, the community's 10-year plan to address houselessness, and chart the path forward for the next set of strategies in that work. Our staff will continue to work collaboratively with Missoula County and community partners to maintain life-saving shelter options and wraparound services through the Operation Shelter work. In fiscal year 23, we plan to nominate 2 new historic districts. And we hope to establish a new affordable housing and climate incentives program to build partnerships and incentivize the development community to deliver more income restricted, affordable, and energy efficient and resilient homes for Missoulians. And we will continue to chart a course to implement the city's climate action goals through internal policies and procedures, as well as work towards our goal of 100% clean energy through local and statewide projects and initiatives. And lastly, we'll continue to keep our eye on and support applications for new grant opportunities that can help the city achieve its strategic priorities.
Thank you, Montana. I want to spend just a minute talking about what we're looking forward to, and my apologies, that should say, for fiscal year 23 for the broader department. These include the focus areas of creating formal staff training and retention plans, improving process across the department, ensuring that we're being as efficient as we can, that the least amount of hands are touching a process as possible, improving our engagement and outreach through the creation of that framework that we had talked about with the addition of our new engagement and outreach specialist, and committing to our justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion work at the department level. And so what that will look like in some projects essentially that will come from that include the overhaul of the CPDI website. We think there is great efficiency to be gained by providing people the information they need and want in a way that is digestible and graphically appealing on the website. Additionally, we want to make sure that the website contains all the forms and documents that folks use most. We also want to work to create and adopt an inclusive engagement framework, working within the code reform process, but taking those lessons learned and pushing that out to engagement processes across our department and across the city of Missoula. And lastly, integrating recommendations from the city's JEDI team, as well as from the Learn audit, which council will be hearing more about, I believe, in the month of August as well. So with that, we want to move into a conversation about the budget enhancements that our department will be requesting in fiscal year 23. These all fit within the 4 key categories of the City of Missoula's priorities, including achieving organizational excellence, providing access to quality housing, investing in community safety and wellness, and investing in our built and natural environment. And we've structured our enhancements under these categories so you can track what investments we're requesting under each. The first category is achieving organizational excellence, and we have 2 requests for budget enhancements in this area. The first is a request of $94,000 to shore up capacity in the houseless programs team to enable a more effective response to emergent community issues like urban camping, while providing more sustainability and managing our operation shelter and other operation functions. The need for this position has largely proved out over the last year as we have worked collaboratively with Missoula County and nonprofit providers to tip up a variety of services under the Operation Shelter umbrella, and needing to dedicate enough administrative and programmatic support to ensure those are a success. That request supports 2 strategic plan initiatives or goals with the City of Missoula. Our next request is for $100,000 of one-time funding to support automation and process improvements. We currently have many processes within development services that still exist on paper. And I have paper in parentheses there because sometimes we get those applications on paper, sometimes we get them on the phone, sometimes through a course of multiple emails, and sometimes even by text. So these include things like our business licensing. Thousands of businesses across the Missoula still apply for their business license renewal on paper, and things like fence permits. And so our goal is to get these automated into a system we already know and own, the Acela automation system, so that our staff can work more efficiently. And again, we can improve those timelines for our community members. And that supports the strategic plan goal of organizational excellence. So our total requests are a little over $194,000, 100,000 of those being one-time. And I also want to note that we're proposing those one-time funds come from the building fund, so there will be no impact to the general fund balance. The next area where we're requesting budget enhancements is in access to quality housing. We are requesting a year 2 request of a little over $546,000 to finish funding our comprehensive code reform project. The second year funding will finish the consultation contract funding, as well as provide additional funding for that deep community engagement that we're in the process of creating a framework for. This supports all the strategic goals within the city's strategic plan and our key priority document. The next request is for $850,000 of one-time funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to invest in the creation and preservation of affordable rental homes and homes for purchase in our community. And this request supports 3 of the goals outlined in the strategic plan. And we also want to note that although our request was for $850,000, the recommended funding in the mayor's budget is for $100,000 in that category. Our third request in this area is for the Affordable Housing Climate Incentives Program. And this is a request for $300,000 to create and incentivize the construction of income restricted affordable homes that are energy efficient and sustainable. So a pilot program of sorts. And this supports 3 areas within the City of Missoula's key priorities and strategic plan. And you'll notice that this request is grayed out because this was not included in the mayor's budget. And our last request in this area is for $12,000 to continue our investment in contracted services to maintain annual reporting and assessment of short-term rentals, providing us the data that we need to create informed policy solutions and to move towards some of the recommendations that you're going to hear more about this afternoon in the housing and redevelopment community. This request supports 2 areas in the city's strategic plan and key priority, and is one-time funding, but again, is grayed out as this was not included in the mayor's final budget. So the total requests in this area that have been recommended for funding are a little over $646,000, all one-time funding. The next category has a singular request for the continuation of Operation Safe Shelter in fiscal year 23. We are requesting a little over $964,000 to aid in the total project cost of $2.9 million. This will help us maintain necessary infrastructure, including that site coordination, service coordination, a community care team, which is run by Partnership Health Center, and shared security to serve programs across the system, and supports 2 areas within our strategic plan and key priority. I also want to note that in addition to the leveraged ask or the total request we're making of you, that we are leveraging over $2 million in funding from Missoula County and other grant sources to make this program happen. And our last requests were in the area of environmental quality. And these included a request of $100,000 for investment in the continuance of a statewide advocacy campaign to achieve green power product and other high impact strategies for our 100% clean energy goals, supporting that primary area in our strategic plan. The next ask was for $15,000 of one-time funding to invest in city programmatic infrastructure to incentivize zero waste practices in the community and to support the city in reaching our 0 by 50 goal. Again, supporting one area within our strategic plan. And both of those requests are grayed out as they were not included in the mayor's final budget. So thank you for the opportunity to come today and present some of our accomplishments along with our new funding requests for budget enhancement this year. To summarize, the areas of budget enhancement that we're requesting include $194,000 under the banner of organizational excellence, $646,000 under the banner of access to quality housing, and $964,000 in support of community safety and wellness. All of these areas and the projects within are closely tied to the City of Missoula's strategic plan, as well as the mayor's key priorities for fiscal year 23. And with that, our team would love to answer any questions that council might have of our presentation or to address anything you might be curious about that we have left out.
Great. Thank you so much, Erin. Lots of great information. You have a lot of different programs underneath your umbrella, so it's always impressive to see how much you're doing. All right, do we have any questions for staff from counselors? Mr. Carlino.
Thanks. Just with all those building permits being so much higher than before, I was just curious if we had enough staff and support to help, grant those permits in like a timely manner, or if you all are looking towards like finding new employees for that in the future as well.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So right now, we have recently added another permit coordinator, and those are our skilled team members that help shepherd those permits through the process. And that new team member just joined us recently and is in the process of getting trained. I think with the addition of that team member, we are going to take stock this season and see if we're hitting our projected and preferred timelines in terms of reviewing those. And then consider adding more capacity. I think one frustrating aspect is that although engineering staff, planning staff, parks and recreation planning staff, they all have a very big role in the review of building permits. Many of those permits cannot be issued until they've had a Parks and Trail review, until they've had a Public Works review, both potentially a utilities engineer along with a traffic engineer, transportation engineer, and then of course a zoning compliance review. We actually cannot fund any capacity on those teams through the building fund. MCA code provides us a very narrow definition of what we can use those building permit revenues for. And it does not include any work that is in support of building permits, but is not directly related to the issuance of them. And so that fund is a bit limited in how we can use it. But we are looking at those teams that fund can support, which are our building coordination team and our building inspectors, to determine if we have the capacity we need there.
Great,
Kirsten, I'm sorry, Kirsten, would you mind pulling the slides down if council no longer wants them up? Might help us see each other a bit better.
Thanks. by this far into the day, I get lulled into some complacency. So, okay, thank you for that. All right, Sandra.
Thanks. I was wondering, what is your baseline plan to streamline the business licenses and the building permits? Because if you do everything online, I feel like that would get some people won't be able to do that. But I completely understand, because we still sometimes fax in our insurance renewals to the business licensing place. So yeah, I was just wondering.
That's a great question. It's really important for us to make sure that we have that we provide the public access to local government in a way that is comfortable and in a way that feels inclusive. And so our goal is to provide ease through online transactions whenever possible. And we know that the vast majority of our business today, when an online option is provided, is conducted online. But we do still have community members who maybe don't have internet access, or maybe aren't as technologically savvy, who would prefer to continue using those paper processes, or might need to come into the office, and we can sit down with them on one of our computers in our foyer and walk through that process with them. And so our goal is to make sure that we still have those options as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Meredith.
Thank you. Like every year, I'm just blown away by the amount of work that comes out of CPDI. I know it's challenging times all around, so I commend everyone for all the work that you're doing to make it easier for everyone. I have a question about the total amount for code reform. I think I saw that it was around 971,000. Is that just consultant fees, or does it include staff time?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that does look different from our request last year. Last year, our request, the total project cost was $850,000. And so you are seeing an increased total project cost, and that increase added to the second year funding. So what that represents is the cost of staffing. It's the cost of our community engagement specialist, Ashley Brittner-Wells, who joined our team several months ago to lead that really community-driven engagement effort that is going to look different than any other engagement effort that we have participated in, because this project demands more. And it also includes the cost of engagement, making sure that we are able to both incentivize engagement, especially in some of our low to moderate income neighborhoods where there will be higher barriers for engagement. And those barriers might look like transportation, they might look like childcare. And so making sure that, that we're able to meet people where they are, whether that is through venue or reduction of barriers, and that we've got some resource to do that as well.
Great, thank you.
Great. Okay, are there any other questions for staff regarding this budget presentation? I'm not seeing any, and I'll call for public comment in general on all of our budget presentations, but we have no one in the attending room, so I don't think we have any public comment. Anything else from counselors? All right then, Montana, Kirsten, Aaron, thank you so much for all the information today. It is much appreciated. We are finishing a little bit early, so everyone has a break, and we have climate conservation and parks at 1:55. So thank you, everyone, and we will stand adjourned.